Hello, everybody, and welcome to another week of the TCG NA Online League. We are so excited to bring this league to you. I am Chikaplu, and I am here joined by NEETfull. How are you doing, sir?
I am super excited. I am ready to see some Grand Archive, especially coming off the coattails of EU Nationals. I'm ready to see what people are brewing. What new things have gotten inspired out of that out event.
Yeah, what a cool tournament it was too. We really had a lot of what you expected coming off of the back of NAS, but then of course you can't not talk about the one standout rogue deck taking down the whole event. Obviously, huge props to Capen for showing up on an unexpected brew for the event.
Yeah, oh no, it's crazy because like you would look at it and you're like, wow, this is super like not in the line of what you would expect Kevin to be piloting or necessarily like what you'd expect in the event. But to be fair, as a meta call, it's absolutely nuts because that deck pretty much had everything to deal with both the big two boogeymans of the format and a lot of ways to just be able to rush down Wind Razor Gale. And of course, it had ways to just neutralize the Water Diana's attack outlets very, very quickly. So it's just absolutely insane that meta call saying, I know what I'm going to see. I think this is the deck that just is going to take everything else down. And sure enough, yeah, almost, I don't want to say a free ride, but it almost felt like it watching from the outside perspective.
Yeah, it's so cool, and that's just something about like this game in general is that there's like always a way to sort of attack the meta depending on what the angle is. Like it's really interesting when you get these metas that sort of come down to one or two decks where you can be like, well, what do I really need to prepare for? And Cayman looked at it and he said, I need to prepare for Water Diana, I need to prepare for Razor Gale, and then you just get to brew it and you find something that deals with both. So again, really cool. I love deck building in this game. It's just so deep, and the amount of things that you can really make your deck do is so cool.
Oh yeah, and it goes to show that right now the meta is still fairly open in terms of what you can play, what you can do. So we kind of got a little bit worried there early on, especially coming out of the North American Nationals, where we kind of just saw Follow by the Ascent. We kind of saw both of the deck lists, but also that being it is the kind of the quote unquote the same event in an idea when you're kind of in the same room for 2 days
Mhm.
straight doing that. So it wasn't uncommon to see the same deck do well, but it's also cool to see that players are adapting. They're finding the outlets, and it's not just oh, Strides is going to dominate the entire format until they're gone, or Razor Gale is the boogeyman again. That there's still a lot of flexibility right now, and I think RDOs there's still a lot we can uncover with this format going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of things that can be uncovered, our first round that we're going to be looking at today is got a bit of a spicy deck here. So we're going to be watching some Fire Volcanic Crescendo Rye up against Wind Spirit Ruler Crux Lorraine. What do you think about these two decks? I'm really excited about this Spirit Ruler brew here.
Oh yeah, so I mean, to be fair, I think right now Spirit Ruler is especially Wind Lorraine is probably in one of the best spots. that it is going to be, and I think it is one of the decks that is kind of a I wouldn't say it is the I would say the beat all for the format, but it is very, very flexible. It has a lot of options to deal with different things. And it's also just there's so many good win cards and so many good crux cards that you can kind of swap out and that we're seeing here that these decks are kind of adjusting for what they see and then building very, very well. And of course, we're seeing the return of Spirit Blade Ascension, which I love that card a lot. I love being able to do what some people referred to back in the day as Fire Truck Merlin, where you would essentially just bounce the sword and show you all the elements to say, hey, here's water and fire and do all this stuff. So I think it is a very, very cool list. But the other one that interests me is this a Fire Rye on Volcanic Crescendo, which is a take on what we've seen Cord Matt Erupting G bringing Erupting back with the flavor of Tristan. But being able to see Rye kind of take that mantle back up and say, well, I'm going to show you what a mage can do. I'm really excited to see kind of what this deck is going to do because we have a lot more empower outlets and can be kind of a nice way to not necessarily have to rely fully on Volcanic Crescendo, which we've seen. If you take too much damage, that outlet becomes very, very difficult to pull off.
Yeah, for sure. I think Rye is a very interesting sort of like diversion from the Tristan build that Matt played at Nationals and Ascent Vegas. Rye really makes more use of the mage spells, obviously being a mage. So like your fireballs are 2 cost, which can be a really big deal. But you obviously don't have as much like interesting play with the agility. So it's going to play a little bit differently, but primarily it's going to play very similar to the erupting lists of old or the new age crescendo lists as I guess they are now.
Yeah, very much so. And I am seeing a couple of different pieces in the list. I mean, of course, being Rye, you're getting access to those, but seeing the addition of the weakened resistance in the list as well is going to be kind of interesting to see as well is putting the charms in the list because we do get the benefit of hey, sometimes the extra empower could be really good early on and could also just especially at a lower level deck like Razor Gale could potentially just be I you don't even need the crescendo to end the game.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's really interesting. I think something about this matchup that's really like going to be fun to watch is that of all the elements that can deal with sort of this like super tall combo that just kills you in one hit, Wind really just has plenty of tools to both stave off like early chip damage as well as get behind a big breeze for the tall damage. Uh, so like I think like this will actually be really interesting to see sort of the back and forth of the interaction and see if we're able to pull off this combo because as the crescendo deck you don't really have to deal with the water interaction and the negates like you have seen previously, but you do have to deal with a lot of just like straight up defense.
And we're seeing both players representing different versions of the Alice playmat. One from the one from one from the Bauble and one from a looks like the more recent CUR playmat out of Vegas.
All right, looks like we're gonna go ahead and get ready to start. Um, see who's going first. Obviously, I think as the fire, you really want to be going first, but it looks like we're gonna see a classic wind opening, with that windmill engineer hitting the field. Something that's like very good for the Merlin player is that or the Spirit Ruler player, sorry, is that you don't really have to deal with your allies being picked off early, so you can really play like a Windmill Engineer early, let it sort of like chill. You can Ace and Protector at next turn. You don't really have to worry about like losing it every single turn, so you don't have to pick it back up with a reclaim.
Yeah. So it's less of like what we're seeing with Razor Gale, where it's just kind of making value of those on enter effects over and over again, and less of a this is just kind of progressing the game state to your level 3 turn.
Yeah, for sure. And a nice classic mage opening, I think, outside the Mnemonic Charm. Just again, both players drawing a card into memory and passing it over. Looks like we are going to go for the straight level up into good old classic Lorraine level 1.
Yep, and nothing. Weird enough, it's also nice to see the like Lorraine list not just going for the Looking Glass route is what we kind of seen most Lorraines kind of fall under in the past, but now with the Wind Crocs, we're seeing a lot more return of the lot more I would say traditional style Lorraine, if you will.
Yeah, yeah, the Sword of Seeking. Well, Sword of Seeking is a really strong option when you have some really powerful stealth allies like Cheshire Cat in the game at the moment. And we are going to go ahead and see that Ace and Protector pick up the Wimble Engineer and just chip in for damage early. You don't really have to worry about keeping up the intercept in this matchup. So, you can go ahead, turn that guy sideways, just hit for face, and see if you can pressure a lot early game.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Now that's Ace and Protector, regardless of how many sets we go into. Turns out Ace Protector is still one of the top win cards in the format. It
Yeah, it
just
turns out a 3/4 is just a good body. He sits on the board. He doesn't really. It's really hard to remove him. So like Ace of Protector is still classic, and of course it has some great synergies with allies that have on enter, especially on enter draw effects.
and we're going to see a quick level 1 Rye here, which is actually a very big change of pace what we saw from the erupting lists of more of the Tristan style. We're using that on enter agility. Rather for Rye, likely wanting to potentially use those enlightened counters or be able to access to the mage class bonus a lot earlier.
Yeah, and speaking of that mage class bonus, we do actually get the quote unquote secret effect of creative shock for being a mage and discarding a fire card. We can ping for 2 damage, which is not something that actually gets dealt with or used very often. So that would have been an option, but he used it before the level up went off all the way, so we did not get the 2 damage on this one.
Yeah. Pretty sure probably digging for that liminal guide. We all do it.
Makes
Well, we
sense.
got at least take the shot. Why not?
Yep, if you got the guys in the deck, you might as well use your resources to find them. But yeah, like you mentioned, going to mage early it really opens up in this version of the list, since a lot of your cards have those class bonuses on them, and you have a lot more empower synergies. That it makes sense that in this instance you'd want to be mage for much of the game as opposed to the assassin variant where you're really using that as a combo piece.
Yeah, and you could also look at it because like the agility was a lot of time used to get that influence back. Was one of the best ways to look at it for that fireball. When your fireball's already 2 less, you don't necessarily need it as much. We'll see if that we'll see if it pays off though.
Yeah, for sure. Wind going ahead and starting immediately with one of the Wind's classic tools against these graveyard strategies with Purifying Thurible. And looks like we are just going to go ahead and pop it immediately. Just take away those 2 cards in the graveyard. We're not looking for a super high value, banish your entire graveyard later on. Just, rip the fire cards while we have them and then continue with our game plan.
Not to mention, Ray is already in a very good spot where she can present a lot of damage very early. And that's one thing Erupting does not like to see is taking a lot of damage early on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these allies really, and that's something that wind just really has an advantage in over a lot of the other elements. Is like you have these really well statted allies that can just chip in for a lot of damage super early, and yeah, like you said, these sort of like combo style decks, they're not really prepared for you to just rush down with allies, and so you know getting this much damage in within the first couple turns is pretty dangerous. And we're gonna dungeon guide to level 2.
Starting to think we potentially have ourselves either another Dungeon Guide Beseech or a Reclaim in hand. Is what I'm starting to sense that a little bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see either. I mean, we put a second dungeon guide down to play the first dungeon guide, but it looks like we are just going in on this game plan of just pushing as much damage as possible as fast as possible, swinging in, already dealing 11 damage over like the first couple turns. Is a really like threatening board position to be in, especially because the volcanic crescendo also damages yourself when you use it. So it really makes it much harder to combo off when you've already taken a ton of chip damage.
And we're going for the Enfeebling Orb. Generally, this kind of tells a lot of players that, hey, I've got a very strong answer here, or I have a way to close out the game, which feels like we're really early in the game still for this, but maybe I'm not seeing something.
Yeah, I would be quite surprised to see a lethal line from 0 to 24 because it is Lorraine level 2. Um, but I mean, I've seen crazier things. This deck can be incredibly explosive. It would be the craziest line of all time, I think, to see 24 damage on this turn exactly. But we might just be setting it up and just trying to refill our grave and not really allowing the opponent to have too many interaction options.
And it does look like we're playing one half of the combo so far, if I'm
Yeah,
seeing
starting with
that
that
correctly.
Dire Requiem. There are no fire element cards in grave at the moment, so we are, and that's class bonus anyways. So never mind. But so we are just getting our Direwolf swinging for 2 damage. I'm very curious to see what we're really going for here because as far as I can tell, like this is not really threatening nearly enough damage to close the game out, and you really don't want to throw away your combo pieces too early if you can avoid it. So I'm wondering what the follow up here is after this Direwolf.
Could potentially we just had we had an extra dire wolf and we just want to pressure some damage. That could be also be. Looks like that is the equivalent of what we're doing here.
Yep, looks like yeah, just going in, getting a little bit of chip damage, getting a fire card engrave, really sort of just preparing. But this is going to be one of the other great tools against the spell-based chip damage. Clarent Reimagined, of course, so powerful against this non-attack damage, and just incredibly strong in combination with Lorraine's Spirit Ruler because you can go ahead and get rid of whatever sword you need, and then you can bring it back off of Spirit Ruler. You don't have to go with these crazy lines of forcing to break your sword early, like you had to back in the day. So just really, really strong for this strategy.
Yeah, Clarent is just like a crazy card, even if you're not going against a spell focused deck. Just being able to get do swords in your banishment for quote unquote free is actually sometimes way stronger than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, it synergizes super well with both of Lorraine's level 3 options, and it just has a great effect while it's on the field. And looks like, yeah, we're going to go ahead, rip that second dungeon guide, sort of like you mentioned, you thought that she had another one. It looks like, yeah, we're going to go ahead, get all the way up to level 3. And I am not liking my position if I am Shroud here.
No, that range gets a little bit harder and harder to get to because we can essentially look at that as a right now what a +6 on that health if we count the Clarent here. Not
Yeah,
to
of
mention if
course.
we have
Oh,
an ascension, it gets even
and
worse.
these warriors having that pesky 28 health is like really, really hard to reach for. It doesn't feel like it should be, but then every time you start attacking them, you go, "Wow, that number's quite big, isn't it?"
And then Lost Providence coming out. We've talked about it many times here on stream, but sometimes one of the best skills is remembering you have the Lost Providence.
Yep. I mean, I don't know how many times that I have leveled up to 3 and then just said, "All right, and you go," and I go, "Ah, I forgot. Hey, can we go back, please?" Uh, but yeah, of course. I mean, it was such a powerful card, but even more powerful when you remember to put it on the field.
That's that the true power is just remembering.
Yep. Looks like we're debating on playing another card here, um, but we are unsure. We're probably there's a whole lot of options now that we've got access to Crux, and we are gonna play that
Ooh.
Ayala Zephyr's Hand. What a powerful card that is as well.
This is by far probably one of my favorite cards out of RDO. Just because of some of
Yeah,
the cool things you can do with especially with Lorraine. You can do so many cool things with Lorraine with this card.
yeah, it's so powerful. I mean, anytime you have something that sticks on the field with a repeatable effect, you always have to look at it and be like, okay, that's got to be good for sure. And then it's just even more powerful when you combine it with cards that say on enter draw card. With allies that have on enter effects, like it's just so good, and it's so hard to remove. But this could be, you know, step one in removing it with the Vermilion Decree here. Looks like we are imbuing it, so we're gonna probably do 3 damage to champion and 2 damage somewhere.
That or we're going for the dig. Because with 2 cards in hand, there's a chance we might be digging for something. Because we showed Fireball, so we had if we were that desperate, we could have fireballed it, but I think throwing away one of our combo pieces is
That
probably a
is true,
last
yeah.
resort.
So looks like you're right. Yeah, we're gonna go with damage to face, and each player draws a card. I guess with your opponent having only the 1 card in hand, you're not super worried about something like a Veiling Breeze. So really, the only amount of interaction you have to deal with is the Ayala's free activation of her ability and the durability counters on Clarent.
Yep, and that last 1 damage coming in with the sword. Unfortunately, no, didn't draw the answer to deal with the Ayla, so put us at 18, and then one final damage put us at 19.
Yep.
And we'll be going to a game 2.
Yeah, so that's just one of those starts from Wind, and you really have to like look out for that because the like Spirit Ruler Wind is not necessarily an ally focused deck. It's not really trying to flood the board with allies and pressure early. But if you don't have a way to deal with them and they get that early Ace Protector, Windmill, Engineer, a little bit of value and some bodies on board, it can be very difficult to sort of stave off all that pressure early on.
Oh, for sure. That's I think one of the crazy things that the deck can do right now is just you kind of get to I wouldn't say pressure damage on two fronts as that we're kind of used to being like doing non-combat versus combat, but just being able to divide that damage with the top end, putting the allies down and being able to then use the swords to essentially reset, draw some more cards, play a little bit defensive. It's just very strong, especially into a deck like Crescendo where you are very much wanting your opponent to kind of be doing the same thing you are and kind of taking those turns off. And unfortunately, that is not what this deck is going to do at all.
Yeah, for sure. Let's go ahead and look at these sideboards here. So, Rhea looks like we've got an Orb of Sealing, some Morgans, some Cleansing Reunions, Cry for Helps, Hurricane Sweep, Scatter Essence, and a Tempestuous Seraphim. As far as combating the Crescendo deck, really you're just looking to hit that graveyard. So Cleansing Reunion is a very powerful card just to add to your ability to rip cards out of their graveyard. Otherwise, I don't think you're worried too much about adding in sweeps. I don't think you're worried too much about ally damage. And the Orb of Sealing is definitely not necessary for this matchup. So I think very slight sideboard adjustment to play against the Crescendo deck. And what do you think about the Crescendo deck sideboarding into Spirit Ruler here?
Oh, for sure. I think the two of Restorative Flames are definitely coming in. This is one of those matchups where you aren't necessarily aggro, but as we mentioned, the deck can when it needs to, as we saw last game. So bringing the Restorative Flames, I think, is going to be a very important call. Here, even though you are going to be losing fire cards in that piece, sometimes just being able to heal, not necessarily going for the big like five or like six or seven like we've seen in other decks, but just being able to heal two or three just to stay alive enough to make it to your turn could be the make or break in this. So I would assume Restorative Flames would come in. Outside of that, it's a tough call in terms of the reduced ashes aren't there's not much that is actually going to be dealing with your board if you're fearing potentially a lantern, leaving those in. But with with how the deck has seen so far, you may be saying maybe it's worth taking these out, just the potential to go for more of a high roll for more some damage spells.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I agree. You didn't see a lantern in that last game, but also the opponent wasn't really in a position where they needed it. So you could definitely, side one of them out if you think they're not on it. But that's one of the tough things about playing in these like closed deck list formats, right? Is that you don't know what cards they do or don't have, and so you have to sort of make that call on your own if you think they have the counterplay to what you're looking for. But we are going to go ahead and get this game two started. I imagine that Shroud is going to be going first this game and just try to get some of that graveyard value rolling early on.
I mean, that's what you want. And the biggest thing is the difficult part is your opponent has Thurible. You know they're gonna likely resolve it again. So it's kind of a how long do you hold off flooding your graveyard against that? Because you don't want to overcommit and put too many fire cards in there and lose all your gas. But at the same time, you don't want to give Lorraine 4 or 5 free turns.
Yeah, it's tough because like you said, if you just go in early and you say I'm just gonna put a bunch of cards in my graveyard, it's very easy for a deck like Lorraine to take an off turn to just say I'm gonna get Thurible, I'm gonna go back to my main phase, and then I'm gonna make you banish 10 cards, and that's
Yeah.
pretty devastating.
Especially on a deck that is like if you know the list and you know what it's done in the past, you're not really scared of anything outside of the crescendo for the most part. So usually you just saying, I'm gonna take an entire turn, you can do whatever. What I pass back to you is not that scary into this matchup. But again, we saw Rye instead of Tristan, so our kind of flags are going up of what are we playing against?
Yeah, right. We saw a Rye, but we didn't see a Rye that leveled all the way up, and they played a Direwolf Requiem. So I think your assumption is that you're not playing against an Arcane deck; you're playing against a Crescendo deck, um, and that may be even further confirmed by the baubles being in here. Of course, this time staying on level 0 Spirit and just going for some value instead of leveling up right away. I like this. I think similar to what we've done last game. Try to get your opponent to pop a sort of non-optimal thurible, and putting that liminal guide in the graveyard is definitely a good target where you say like, hey, if you want to hit my graveyard, now's a great time to do it before you start throwing fire cards in there.
And that's the trap has been set, the bait is on the hook, and it looks like we're taking it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's hard not to. You see a liminal guide to your opponent's graveyard, you have an option to just rip it away. I think it's a fair play, um, especially if you're not going to try to like hold a thurible for a crazy amount. I think getting it out of the way early, a liminal's good enough value. Um, but now as Shroud, you can say, okay, the thurible's out of the way. I shouldn't really have to be dealing with any crazy amount of graveyard hate. So now we can start maybe looking at the fire value trading going off here.
Oh, I would not be shocked here if we're gonna just see a lot of cards get dumped into the graveyard very, very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if you're Shroud here, you're pretty happy so far that you haven't seen an Ace and Protector. I think like the biggest threat to you is just a 3/4 hit hitting you in the head. But these little 1/2s and 1/3s, they're good for value for Rhea for sure, and they help her cycle through her deck and advance the game plan. But they are not chipping in for nearly as much damage and not as threatening as the Ace and Protector was in the last game. So I think you're pretty okay with seeing these allies as opposed to the big guy himself.
Not to mention, we have just now shown the Power Sword is one of the cards in the deck. So that is also a red flag that's now probably going up for Crescendo, being like, well, if I level or if they level to 3, I'm losing my whole graveyard. This could be bad.
Yeah, luckily, in this version of the deck, when you're not playing the Looking Glass, you can't actually just throw the Pelver Sword on the field whenever you want it. You do have to wait till you get to Advanced Element. You have to Spirit Blade Ascension, and you have to choose to put the Pelver Sword on the field. And so, it's definitely not something that you're afraid of quite yet, but it is certainly very scary. It looks like we're gonna go ahead and rip this Igni Deus, coming back into our turn.
This is one card that I'm actually very happy to start seeing more play just for these level 1 strategies. Because like the card came out and we just didn't really get to see it used that often. And now Erupting is like, well, this is the perfect card for me.
Yeah, it was super powerful in a couple of those like fringe strategies. Your fire Dao your fire bloom flourish deck like that. A couple of the level 1 fire aggro assassin decks would play it, but it really has found its home here in this crescendo style strategy. And I agree, it's a really cool card. So I'm happy to see it. Looks like we're gonna go ahead and before recollection pop a demolition. So this is one of those things. We can say you're still a spirit. I can start this value trade, get fire cards in my graveyard. I can pressure you with just burn damage, and you can't really do too much about it. So Rio's gonna have to figure out how to deal with this, especially if there's gonna be a lot more chip damage coming in early, as opposed to or as compared to the last game where there wasn't.
Yeah, and right now we've already essentially taken our first turn off, so we have not hit level 1 Lorraine yet. So this does get us in a kind of awkward position where I don't think we're being threatened for lethal quite yet. But as you said, it is we probably cannot take too many turns off from here going to our level 3 strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this deck can, again, like we said in the last game, it can be so explosive, and so if you are not, prepared to deal with this much damage early on, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lethal line this turn even.
Yeah, well, with a second demolition, I think that's more and more realistic.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, we're going all the way to 6 damage. Only 9 health left on this champion, and 9 is not too hard to get to. You've got a couple fire cards in grave already. Your opponent has not thrown out like a Veiling Breeze or Calming Breeze yet, so you're pretty confident that they might not be able to actually deal with this. You saw them pick a Fairy Whispers up. Um, but it looks like we are going to go ahead and pop a Cleansing Reunion now. Um, so a nice way to get rid of these fire cards from graveyard. Did not look like we imbued it, so we're just going for the 3 cards, but 3 cards is all you need. I think there were only 3 in the graveyard anyways, so now it's much less likely that you're going to die this turn immediately if you're Rhea.
Yeah, if you're a Shroud, I think that is the one card you did not want to see that turn.
Yeah, for sure. I think you were definitely expecting to pop off and maybe just get a quick win and go to a game three. But now you have to deal with cleansing reunions on top of the Palvor Sword, on top of the Thurible. It's just a lot of layers of interaction. And this is, sort of the unfortunate thing about playing a graveyard strategy in this current format. Whereas back in the day when Erupting Rhapsody was going crazy, there wasn't nearly as much interaction with the graveyard. So when something hit the grave, it was sort of just chill. But for now, it's these cards are getting banished left, right, and center. Like you really just cannot build up a graveyard. But we're gonna, try again. If it doesn't work, go for it. We'll
Yeah,
draw
why
some
not?
cards, put some fire in grave. Um, Increasing danger is just so scary because it gives your opponent a card. But they haven't put on too much pressure so far, so I think it's okay so far.
Yeah, this is a card that was like very early on. I think you saw almost every other fire deck, especially Fire Rye, early on, loving this card. And is like again, as we've gotten more and more tools, more and more ways to deal with different things, this card gets scarier and scarier just because there is, in some sense, some redundancy now in deck building. There is not you're not necessarily worried about them drawing the 4 of. Sometimes you're worried about them drawing the 8 to 12 of, depending on the deck.
Yeah, decks are much more consistent, and so giving your opponent a card it can be really dangerous. Especially just interaction is better, allies are better, card advantage is better. So the more cards you give your opponent for free, it's it can be pretty spooky. Um, Rio's gonna go ahead and take that level up, get that Sword of Seeking. Good old classic. Lorraine. And we're gonna leave the intercept up for now. It looks like. I'm not sure if we're super scared about a specific ally, but if you're not sure what your opponent's playing, the one damage probably isn't nearly as relevant as a surprise attacker.
We're worried about
So
that dire wolf coming in.
it's true. Yeah, Direwolf. I mean, the extra 2 chip damage can be very meaningful in these decks. So, a lot of times they hit like near exact lethal. So blocking any amount of damage you can, I think, is absolutely worth it.
Dungeon guy going to 2 already.
Yeah, similar to last time. I mean, it does multiple things for you, right? It gives you more health, so you can survive the combo. It gives you more damage by just swinging in with the sword immediately with that Lorraine level 2 bonus. We used a dungeon guide again to level up. I think this is very similar to the first game, just missing one ace and protector.
Listen, we talked about the more consistent, the redundancy. We're probably playing 8 dungeon guides, who knows?
Something pretty close to it.
Which with how much the decks draw nowadays, it sometimes feels like it's just like there's 8 dungeon guides in the deck.
Yep. Speaking of, effectively playing extra dungeon guides, anything that can get rid of it and put it back on the field. But we do actually have a response to this being that Spark a Light. This is, one of the benefits that you get of being a mage is that you get that mage class bonus of 3 unpreventable damage. And that's like a pretty good breakpoint. There's not a lot of cards that deal that much damage for 2 cost. Like we saw the demolition already, but this being unpreventable like really gives it an edge. And in this case, being used as removal so your opponent can't, freely level all the way up. I think it's a pretty good trade.
Yeah, it's a card that back when I think we might see the return of this card when Water Ally started running rampant for a while back in who would have been probably the FTC days. We actually saw this card actually come out and start doing a lot during that meta. So
Yeah, nothing beats good old classic removal spells and 3 unpreventable damage. That'll remove many things.
and that key text of unpreventable is
Unpreventable
turns
is a
out
big
really
deal,
good against
especially
spell
against.
shields.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was really well timed on that too. You didn't just immediately go for it on any of these 3 health allies. Shroud was really waiting for a moment where Rhea would overstep and maybe commit an extra card. And as soon as you see the extra card committed, try to banish and replay this dungeon guide. We say, nope, I'm actually gonna deny you both the dungeon guide and the spell there. So in a way, it was a removal spell and also a counter spell.
Yeah, we did see
And
we did see that Lorraine did not turn sideways, so yeah.
yeah, a little bit of pressure lost from that. The extra 3 damage from swinging in. Um, maybe looking to save durability on the sword, maybe just missing it. We do see Rai get that enfeebling orb, and with a hand of only 3 from Rhea, putting down 2 of those cards could be devastating, but it looks like we are just gonna pass. This usually signifies a lot of sort of fast-paced either interaction or draw, discard, or damage that we're looking to play either in an end phase or a pre-recollection on the following turn. So playing it a little bit slower, I think is fair to do in this situation here.
Could also be a nice way to we can kind of get a we could if we want to get some extra cards out. Could be in response to it, maybe a follow up dungeon guide, put some more cards down.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing, not quite a dungeon guide, actually a slightly worse than a dungeon guide when going from level 2 to level 3. Um, or I suppose slightly different because Beseech can use floating memory, unlike dungeon guide. But I don't think we have any in this instance, so we will be banishing a full 3 cards from our memory to be getting this level up, if that's what we're going for, which I imagine it is. And we're popping down the extra 2 for the Enfeebling Orb, which really limits the amount of things that we can do after the level up.
Yeah, it shuts off a potential Ghost Spin Dragon follow up.
Yeah, for sure. We will get to return a Drawn Blade, or we can get the Palver Sword here, which will just take away the extra 2 cards in the banishment. We'll see which direction Lorraine chooses to go.
Looks like we hit a Ghost Spin Dragon. I did not see what the win card was, but we also hit the one of Spirit Blade Retribution, so the ultimate is no longer there.
Ultimate no longer with us. Yep. Looks like we're gonna go ahead. Grab the Drawn Blade with the extra. I like this having 2 cards in hand represents a Veiling Breeze, which even if you don't have it, it gives your opponent something to think about. As opposed to having 1 card in hand, you don't really have any good interaction that you can play with that. And now we're gonna go ahead and get in for our damage uh, that we missed last turn. And we're gonna keep up the Fluffy Shopkeep again, just making sure those wolves can't come in for extra damage. Keep your health as high as you can against these decks, and you're pretty okay. Yeah, you got a good line of defense against this. 2 cards in hand with a Clarent on board. I'd feel pretty confident here if I'm Rhea.
Oh, for sure. This is I think you've all the defenses are up. You have all the walls you ever want in the world. You have to pull a lot out here to be able to stop all the damage coming in, which we're still gonna go for the Verdant. Likely probably choosing damage to face and then potentially draw a card.
Yep, I mean 2 damage to an ally is only going to clear off the Benediction Angel, which really isn't that helpful. So I would imagine that you go for a draw. Again, it's one of those things. It's really spooky to give your opponent a free draw, especially when they're at level 3 already. They've got lots of interaction, but looks like we are just going to take the card advantage option, just to make sure that we're getting this damage for what feels like free. We did get a durability counter off that Clarent, which you're gonna have to work through the Clarent at some point if you're trying to finish this game, so might as well get those counters off early.
Yeah, get them off early and pray you do not see that Ascension follow up.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
I believe that is Channeling Stone
Yeah,
coming
it's a
down
Channeling
for Shroud.
Stone. Good old classic DOA card. Um, Channeling Stone was very popular back in the old erupting versions. It lets you just push a little bit further than you otherwise would be able to. It makes the next card you activate cost 2 less. So it sort of gives you one freebie in this deck that plays a lot of cards that cost exactly 2. So it can be used for your fireballs. It can be used for the Requiem. It can be used for the Crescendo. It just gets you like one free activation, um, which can sometimes be the difference between getting just enough damage and not getting nearly enough damage.
Yeah, one thing we talked about prior to this is one of the hardest things with erupting is there's a lot of math in this deck, and so having that ability to flex those numbers a little bit is very important for this list.
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting because playing Erupting or playing Crescendo is doing a lot of math, but also playing against it is doing a lot of like math about what you think they might have. And it ends up being the game that a lot of it gets played sort of in your head, where you're like, well, if they have this combination of cards, they can't play it. If they have this combination of cards, they can, and I'm dead. If they, and it just becomes, a very particular game with the numbers. But we are going to go ahead and do our our Crux Classic. Um, and we're going to return a Regalia to our material deck and to draw two cards. But not if Shroud has something to say about it.
Seeing the reduce come out.
Yeah, reduces an okay interaction here. It'll pop the Sword of Seeking, but since Ghost of Pendragon famously does not target, you don't have to return the Sword of Seeking. You just have to return a Regalia. So it's just as easy. You lose the Sword of Seeking, you say that's fine. I'll put the Drawn Blade back. Um, doesn't really matter too much. And since Reduce Dash can't target something that has more than 0 memory cost, the other two weapons are safe. But it does look like we're gonna
I cannot tell.
I see. We're gonna go for that
Windy
windy
Leap.
leap. So before the reduce is resolving, we are basically banishing and putting our Ghost of Pendragon back on the field to get another on enter trigger. So this one, which is gonna resolve before the reduce to ash, can put away the Sword of Seeking. We'll draw two cards, and then that first trigger will happen, and then we'll draw two more cards. I see. I see. So we're hearing from our table judge here is that there was a bit of a miscommunication on the timing of when the reduce was played and when the Pendragon hit the field, and so the Pendragon would not have been on the field yet. It would not have been a legal target for the Windy Leap, and therefore just stepped back and continued without having activated that.
Okay, makes sense. We did in response to the activation, not in response to the on enter going on the stack. Makes sense. And it does. I mean, it is a good call with the reduce there because it also, in a sense, did take off 1 damage from the attack as well. Because we are not going to turn. We're likely not going to want to turn that Clarence sideways.
Yeah, for sure. That Clarin is definitely staying. Those durability counters are not being used to hit anybody with that sword. It is being used to protect your face, especially with the second mnemonic charm coming down. Like that's something about this variant, right? The mage variant is that it probably has just a little bit more reach. Given it has the other empower outlets, it has cheaper fireballs, and so if you're trying to figure out whether or not you're in a position where um, you might be dead on the following turn. Like it's really hard to sort of gauge exactly how much damage they can have with all these empower outlets.
For sure. And that's each of those is a very simple math of additional 4 for just having those on the board at any point if the fireball is the follow up.
Yeah, it's just like in theory, if we're using a fireball, we can play it for free because of the channeling stone, and we have a built-in empower 4 with the mnemonic charms. Uh, so like that's a pretty meaningful, you know, zero cost spell to use to just deal damage, and definitely something to be aware of and keep an eye out for if you're Rhea here. But we are
And
gonna
our
go
attack
ahead.
is turned sideways.
Yep, Terrafring is active, but we will go ahead and just swing in 3 damage is just too good to pass up. Um, we're 4 shy of ending the game here, but I think you're pretty happy to just keep your interaction in your hand. Make your opponent second guess what they might be playing around, and then you know pass along from there and go for lethal in the following turn. You only need to find 4 damage, so it's not too scary. You're not under a ton of pressure at all if you're Spirit Ruler here.
Yeah, you still have quite that gap that has to be closed. On top of it, every source reducing it by 4 potentially is also a lot harder to have to make it through.
Yeah, Safeguard Amulet in this deck is so fun. Just like the way it interacts with the combo. It's like it's a defensive tool against your opponent, but it's also a part of your combo where you can use it to make sure you're not killing yourself with your own crescendo. I really like how those cards interact with each other. It's very clever deck building.
A weird +4 in a way. Oop, we're doing the counting. We're laying the cards out. We're counting to see what our routing looks like.
It's always so scary when an opponent starts counting the cards. It makes you think like, oh, they definitely they have a very specific play they're going to be going for, and you always have to be a little bit wary. You're never sure if they're counting with your interaction in mind or if they're just ignoring you, and so it's always a little scary. But I think I'm still not too concerned. 21 damage is quite a lot to find, and we're probably playing against a good amount of interaction here.
For sure. We have not seen a lot of interaction come down from Rhea's side besides that cleansing so far, so I would assume we have quite a bit at the ready on our side.
Yeah, I agree. I think you have to if you're in this sort of position. But we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna play the crescendo. So it looks like I don't believe we played a melody before this, right? So we're just going for the big empower. So it looks like we're maybe just going in for a giant fireball is the plan.
That would be my thought. Or there's a way to like we have multiple, so just throw out one empower option here. Or
Yep,
throw out
starting
another.
with just an empower 3. We're not banishing any fire cards, and then this time we are talking through how much we're empowering on this one. Another 3 it looks like. So we have an empower 6 currently active. This one is going to go throw away all the fire cards, empower a total of 8. So we're up to 11. So the 11 empower, plus we have an optional 4 from the mnemonic charms on the board, so that's up to 15. But we do need to spend this on specifically a fireball or something, a spell that does that damage.
Yeah. And for people
So
watching, in case they're wondering why the empower is not used, empower is, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is specifically spells is the requirement for using up the empower, if I am correct.
yes, empower has to be. It's the next spell card you activate. So volcanic crescendo being a skill means that it does not eat those stacks of empower, but this fireball absolutely will eat the stacks of empower. Uh,
Ooh.
this is not what you want to see. So we have Clarent being used going down to 1 durability, and then being used with Spirit Plate Ascension to be returned and put back onto the field with full durability, and then using 2 more instances of it to block just a ton of damage.
We essentially made that almost, essentially the second crescendo almost completely nullified through this play.
Yeah,
So
we're blocking 6 damage from that. So we're still going to take a chunk, but of course this is 6 damage, from every instance for the rest of the turn. So it's going to be, a little bit too hard to find the extra leap of damage over the top of that. So we go ahead and pass it over. We still, in theory, have an activation of a card under Channeling Stone. But now we're going to go ahead. We're going to flicker this Pendragon, draw some more cards. And I think this is where, if you're Shroud, you see the writing on the wall, you probably cannot stave off this lethal push on the following turn or kill Rhea in response.
yeah. Which, from what we have on board now, it looks like this might be the end unless we have something crazy up our sleeve here for a Shroud.
Yep, and we're gonna poke in for that 3 first, go to 18, and then say, "Here's 1. What do you got?" And it looks like the answer
Looks
is
like
nothing here.
nothing.
Yeah.
Sometimes about the
So
bait, like maybe they won't attack.
yeah, you never, maybe they'll give you 1 more turn. Maybe they want to see what you have, but no. We do see Rhea take this 2-0 over the Crescendo deck. I think the the amount of pressure that you have early game really proved to be too difficult to handle in the first match. And then in the second match, I mean, we just saw, you know, the amount of value that you get out of especially those advanced element cards. We saw Pendragon draw 6 cards. We see Ascension basically turning into a turbo safeguard amulet, on top of, just the board presence, the pressure, the damage, the defensive cards. Like you were saying earlier, it is a deck that sort of feels like it can fight everything. And
Yeah.
we really saw the toolbox on display.
It kind of reminds me kind of like when almost in a way, it reminds me of when we had essentially Tristan kind of in the meta, where the deck could essentially deal with kind of everything for the time that she was really kind of dominating. A lot of what we saw was essentially was able to essentially had one way to win, which is go big tall attack and then use the rest of the deck to interact with what your opponent's doing. And now on this front, we're seeing Lorraine kind of do the same thing, where it's we have so many different ways to answer so many different problems that the meta might present to us. And then of course we have this just super fast aggro or this ally beat down strategy to wrap things up. So it is definitely a deck that if you're looking to pick something up in the meta right now, it's probably a safe bet. We've have a local having playing a very similar list and seeing very, very good results with a Cheshire Cat version of the list as well. So there's a lot of ways to build it if you're looking at win crux. And I think it is a very solid pickup right now, especially for if you're trying to pick up your first deck, because it's not super complicated but can do a lot.
Yeah, I mean those toolbox decks are always a good, a good first foray. You never really want to be playing something that has like hyper specific tuned matchups where it's like I super beat the best decks and I super lose to rogue decks. So I agree. Having a deck like that where you feel like you can fight into everything. You may not be like, you know. Super favored or super unfavored. You're pretty close to 50-50 or maybe slightly favored, slightly unfavored. It's definitely a good deck to especially learn the game on, and get a good idea of what other people are playing. On the other side, though, I do want to say I still want to give props to Shroud. These crescendo decks are very complicated to play, and and the amount of just like fine tuning and like perfect sequencing that you feel like you need to do to pull off that combo, um, really takes a lot of brain power and a lot of thought. So props for piloting it. Unfortunately, you just happened to hit a deck that had a ton of graveyard interaction, and definitely, that's not your favorite thing to see in round one. Is cleansing reunions, purifying thurible, palaver sword, etc., etc., etc. But still put up a valiant effort. There were a couple times where I thought that like maybe we were just gonna see an instant kill, and so definitely big props to Shred there.
Yeah, and very, very well played across the board. It was a I think that I think Trud piloted the deck very, very well, especially with how difficult the deck can be to pilot and set up the lines. And we saw the setup lines pretty well. We saw the route they were going for. We saw kind of where they're writing on the wall for each of them. It was just like as you mentioned, it was just unfortunate that it happened to be the list that says, "Hey, I have 8 ways to just say you're not going to get fire cards." So you have to like push your strategy out 2 or 3 turns. And unfortunately, and into a deck like Wind Lorraine, 2 or 3 turns is essentially a death sentence to a deck like that, and it's just very, very difficult. And especially with the meta having so many ways to answer graveyards right now, it's a very, very good deck, but it's also kind of a naturally the deck is kind of getting kind of sideswiped by all the raccoons and different thuribles and things getting thrown around,
Yeah, for sure.
especially right
It's one of
now.
those picks where I think, in the right field, it's certainly very, very, very powerful. But if you look at the field right now and your top decks include stuff like, Aetherwing Water Diana, Genbu is up there. You've got a lot of decks that like really like to put cards in the graveyard, and so people are preparing for graveyard strategies, not necessarily for you, but you do just happen to get hit, like you said, sort of by people prepping for other decks. And so
Yeah.
definitely like a little bit of a tough time to be playing that list, but still a very cool deck. And definitely one, if you're good at it, you keep it in the back pocket and you say, well, I'll wait till people stop playing all their graveyard hate, and then I'll show up. I'll go on a crazy run. This is what Matt G always used to do. Uh, is he'd swap off the deck for like one event and then wait until people said, "Oh, no one's gonna play erupting. It's fine. We'll just take out all of our anti-erupting cards." Then he'd show up and he'd go on a crazy run, and he would be like, "Ah, now I gotta put Lantern back in my deck," and then he'd put the deck away and play something else. It's definitely one of those like you fight the meta with it, but it's not always gonna be super good into the field.
Can we get a special release lantern that is just a break glass in case of Matt G?
Funny.
'Cause that is exactly I mean, it hits the nail on the head. It is I think Erupting is one of the is I think the deck in this game where it is a very, very powerful deck if you do not deal with it, but as long as you start running just those small pieces of interaction into it, the deck becomes I wouldn't say a lot weaker, but it becomes a lot harder to set up those combo lines, and sometimes it's just not worth that effort to try to unfortunately get there. Not they saying, like, it's a fun deck. If you haven't given it a shot, it's fun to sit down, learn, play it, and it's one of my favorite decks to just from time to time put together, pick up, and just put it together, especially with the old Erupting. It was so much fun to just be
Mhm.
like, draw a bunch of cards, pitch a bunch of cards, go, oops, I accidentally fell into a combo.
Yeah, the thing that I like about decks like that though is that I feel like they keep the format honest. You know, they keep deck building honest. As soon as people are starting to get too greedy and just being like, "Oh, I don't need any interaction. I don't need to play any defense," then it pops back up and it says, "Hey, by the way, you can't get away with that. You need to play some defense." And then everyone says, "Okay, I'll play some defense." And then it dies out again. I like having a deck like that where it can really just, force you to respect it. And it's not like you have to play bad cards to deal with the crescendo combo. Like you don't have to put in hyper specific cards that don't do anything in other matchups. It really just says like, "Hey, by the way, just checking to see how greedy you got recently."
Yeah.
Like, "Oh, did you get too greedy? I'll punish you." But
Telling me I
yeah,
can't play
it's
my
it's a
8
fun deck.
dungeon guides anymore? Like, what?
Well, maybe eight's fine, but 12 is too much, right? So take away the last four and play defense. Uh, but we do see just like in that last matchup where if you have the tools to deal with it, it becomes a lot less immediately threatening. But yeah, like you said, and it sort of felt like back in the day. It's like if you didn't know what it was doing or you weren't prepared to deal with it, it'll just run you over. And I think that played a pretty big part in why Erupting Rhapsody was banned in the first place. Is that in its time, uh, it would just absolutely stomp people who didn't know how to deal with it, and knowing how to deal with it was a pretty sort of high level top player thing. And so a lot of new players would come into the game. They'd go to locals. They'd get absolutely blitzed by Erupting Rhapsody, and they'd be like, "I don't feel like I learned anything about this game." So it was definitely in part because it was a bad play experience, but now like we mentioned, there's just way more ways to interact with the combo and with the defense, and also strategies are just more consistent, so you can match them on consistency with your own strategy. So it feels much more fair now than it did, you know, 2 years ago.
Yeah. And it's yeah, and as well, decks have become in some manner they become faster as well. Not necessarily like because we've already seen like of course back then erupting being very very fast. We've seen aggro decks be very fast, but we've also seen level 3 strategies become a lot faster now and more consistent with cards like Lost Providence where you can now go level 3 very very quickly and still have a way to play the game on your follow-up turn without you having to say, "Cool, I'm level 3 with a one card hand. I now have to take 2 turns off before I can start doing anything." Now we're seeing more of the strategy of like Lorraine, can rush to 3 if need be, and then make Lost Providence, go to their turn, pop Lost Providence, play the Ghost Spin Dragon, and now they're back in the game.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. And yeah, the level 3 decks they're faster, they're more consistent too. There's better floating memory, there's better cycling options in every element. Wind has its own unique advantage engine, fire has its own unique advantage engine. Even now, I think in RDO especially, water finally got some tools that make water level 3 feel more viable in like Fractal of Waves. And tools like that where previously it was like playing a water level 3 deck was still pretty difficult, but now no matter which element you are, you have consistent ways to rebuild your influence. You have good engine pieces that help you get to where you're going, and it's much easier to find your powerful cards. And so these strategies that just draw a bunch and draw fast, um, they have a lot more that they have to be prepared to deal with, which makes them more interactive and more fun.
Yeah, the aggro gets a little bit harder on their spreadsheet now. Now they have to essentially vouch for you having 24 to 28 life and no longer just having what their normal math was like, and most are gonna have 22 when I go for the kill turn. So now we can sometimes just say, I'm a guardian, go through 30, and they're like, I can't.
30 is a big number, as it turns out. Like,
Yeah,
like, when I was saying it with Lorraine in this last matchup, it was like, they go to level 3 and you're like, "Ooh, 28, ugh." But, every time I see, a Guardian level all the way up, they they get to level 3, they got 30 health, and it's like, I don't know how I'm dealing 30 damage. Especially when they start adding, like, Serene Spirits into the mix, and stuff like, these Vapor Jet shields that we saw in the Water Uniques build. It's just like, how am I supposed to get to 30 damage when you're preventing half of everything that I'm doing? Like, what is this nonsense? Um, but that's
yeah.
just, speaks to the amount of tools that are available at the moment, to make playing those decks, feel good.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And especially with like RDO, I think we have gotten so many, not even just tools, but there's so many kind of like niche pieces that have got slot into these different decks to really, I guess, and to say empower them to do a lot more strategies that we kind of wanted to do for a while. Really haven't had the chance, but now have the ability to do so. And of course, on top of that, seeing Proxy as well, some additional pieces. So we are kind of seeing, we are seeing Fire Alice slowly kind of creep back in. I've been watching a couple results. That deck kind of slowly kind of getting there. They're finding their footing. Of course, we've seen CL now on two separate strategies that are still doing very, very well. Even after losing Grim Partiche, and then of course we've seen as well both Lorraine, Merlin super viable in the meta. It's right now. I think, as we said very before we started, and of course we can kind of repeat it now. Is I think the format, as much as it might seem doom and gloom that coming out of certain events, I think it's still very, very open in what you can play. And especially going into these bigger events, there is still a lot of flexibility on kind of what deck you want to take and can potentially do well with, especially if you can kind of get that medical like Caben did going into the UNATs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the sort of unfortunate truth about like every card game format ever in every game and the players who play that is that there will always be some amount of people who say that the format is bad or the format is too centralized. But I think, we've had a couple formats now back to back where it's just been pretty open, and there have been like a few decks that are pretty clearly the top of the pack, but never so much to the point where you feel like you can't play against them. And we're just seeing like a really widespread of people who are figuring out how to deal with certain things. And so yeah, no, I absolutely agree that while we may hear some loud voices saying like, this is too good, this is too good, whatever. I think overall, it's a very well balanced format, and a format that can definitely be played into with enough testing and enough practice.
Oh, for sure. And I think right now is like the biggest thing is it's there's just not enough time to practice, especially going into national season. It's like it feels like it's after we get through one event, we're right into the next one, or we only have a week until the next regional or the next ascent. So it's just crazy how many events are getting fired or like firing, how many things are popping up. And of course, with we even have Southeast Asia with regionals ranging from 400 to 500 players as well. So you got to see like just crazy amount of, like, decks coming out and just there are just so much things to test, and it just doesn't feel like we have enough time.
Mhm. Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's when people very often like default back to comfort picks. And so like, if we see there's not a lot of time between events, it makes sense that people will pick the same deck back to back rather than try to figure out how to break the format or break the meta. If you're very comfortable on a deck and you have thousands of hours of practice, it's definitely more worth sticking on that and being comfortable on your deck than being like, yeah, but what about this crazy idea that theoretically beats everything but I only have 10 games on it. Those are fun to play. Those are fun to to bring to a regional and be like, in theory, I win everything. Um, but this game definitely rewards practice and consistency and feeling like your lines. Um, so like we do see a lot of players who will choose to play one deck even when it's not technically the quote unquote best deck in the format. Um, just because the amount of time that you put into a deck really reflects in the gameplay, and you can tell when people are very practiced, which I think is cool. I think it's really good amount of skill expression.
Oh, I agree, and I think this is one of the few games where as well as certain like there's a lot of players out there that have pet decks that they play where they specifically stick to one style deck regardless of the format and they still do well. And this is one of the games where it shows that a lot, as you mentioned, a lot of practice and a lot of dedication, a lot of time knowing the matchups does a lot. I mean, Hiyuka is one of the prime examples of this. That is he is the Rye guy for a reason. He knows exactly how to play the list. He knows exactly what his matchups are. He knows exactly what he needs to do in every single moment of a game, and he can show up to an ascent, or in this case, he can show up to nationals when everybody else is on a different list, and he's like, "Hey, here's how Winride plays," and then just secures a spot in the gauntlet just from pure just knowledge of the game and just knowing exactly what to do in those matchups.
Yeah. Hey, here's how Windride plays. Also, I won. Thanks. By the way, did you notice that you have 0 life left? Uh, yeah, no, it's it's really cool to see the people who just like have really dedicated their time to perfecting like their deck. Like I really respect it. I also, on the other side, really respect the people who are just like trying to push the boundaries of playing weird stuff and be like, well, it might not work this time, but we might find something really cool out of it. We do definitely have a few brewers in the community. I think back to DTR format, when Chess Club brought Vanitas the first time, and it was just like, a deck that you look at it on paper and you're like, this is a nonsense pile. Like I don't know what's going on, but then you watch it play and you're like, oh, that is really cool. And then you play against it, you're like, that is not really cool at all. Um, but so like I love both, and I love that we have both those types of people in the community. We have the people who are like really dedicated to perfecting one archetype, and then you have the people who are like, I will just keep building weird stuff and seeing what works, and eventually eventually you find one that's like, oh, this weird thing is really really good compared to the other weird things that I was building, which is super fun.
Yeah, I mean that's going into North American Nationals. Our team did something a little bit wacky. The same way we want to do something a little more fun. We brought a Fire Jin. Primarily, we just wanted to play the ultimate. We just wanted to show like, hey, I want to show you how fast we can play this ult, and I got to do it to Perfy twice. So I'm saying that's a win in my book. If I can hit Perfy with
There
Jin's
you go.
ultimate and say, here's the entire deck flipped over, I'm gonna hit you for like 500, and he's like, yep, that's cool. Those are the moments I live for.
Excellent, excellent stuff. Well, we're gonna head over to a bit of a break here, getting ready for round two. So if you are watching, make sure to drop like a like on the video, subscribe to the channel. Of course, the people running the SBP put a lot of work into making these things work. Um, and we'll see you very shortly for the next round. Hello and welcome back to round two, or I guess welcome to round two in the first place. I am once again Chikaplu, and this time I am joined by Clem. Hello, Clem. How are you?
Doing great. It's been a busy time. I started working at an LGS, so I'm pretty tired, but I'm very ready to play some Grand Archive. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing just swell. Got to watch a nice, good old classic, reminiscent of DOA matchup,
I
Wind Lorraine
saw.
against Crescendo. Um, so I'm having a good time. I feel like I'm in the heyday, watching the good old days. But I'm excited to see another round. I have not yet confirmed what deck's gonna be on. So tell me about the format right now. How are you feeling about it? What do you like? What are you hoping to
I
see?
don't like. I think I'm in the group that most people are in. I don't like Water Diana. It's pretty boring overall. It's honestly not even Strides because I think, very controversial opinion, after
Mhm.
Unite, Strides is fine. I think Strides can be played around as long as you know what to do. But what bothered Diana as a whole is just kind of starting to bore me. I want some new aggro decks, guys. And Crescendo's on the way there, but it's not quite it yet. Maybe if Mad G's playing it, it's there. It's close enough because, like you said, it's very nostalgic and nice. But Water Diana is not it. That's my only input. I think overall it's a pretty good format. Just no Water Diana, man.
Yeah, so if strides isn't the problem about the deck, what is, or is it just the whole deck? You just hate the whole deck.
I just hate the whole deck. I think it's not a fun deck. I want more fun.
I guess that's fair. I mean, it's very powerful. It's very consistent. You know it it has fast lines. It has slow lines. It can do just about
Mhm.
everything. Definitely one of the most sort of like overtly powerful decks in the format.
Yeah.
Um, but I could definitely see it. Otherwise, though, I'm liking where the format is at. I think there's a lot of options for decks. I think there's a lot of cool innovation that's happening. I think there's a lot of cool techs that are happening, and people are adapting to the powerful stuff. Um, but it looks like we do have uh our pairings here,
And one of them
and
is really innovative, exactly what you were asking for.
that is indeed. You want to tell the chat about the very innovative list here, because I am not sure what
Yeah.
I'm looking at. I'll be honest.
We have Fire Sylvie into Merlin Kingslayer. Um there's some crazy things happening here. I'm seeing a Shu Chang. I'm seeing Shilowin. I'm seeing, I'm Dachiao's Lava Soul Tigers. Someone's had a lot of fun with this deck, and I
This is
respect
fascinating.
it.
Yeah, so it looks like we have. I mean, so this is. I think the crux of it, pun intended, is the sort of animal ally aggro shell that we've seen in the past. It's never really taken off, but you've got your Academy guides, which does count, and it gets a buff counter off of that Sylvia level one. You've got your Lava Soul Tigers. You've got some of your unique humans with the red hair. Um, Cheshire Cat with the buff counter on it is somehow even scarier than a Cheshire Cat normally. And so it's like it's got that aspect to it of just being like, you're playing Animal Beatdown, but we are also playing a Looking Glass package with Chamber of Reflections and Zhu Cheng being, the primary target here, to put some taxes up. And then we've got the Merlin level 2 and Merlin Kingslayer to capitalize off of a few fireballs that are in this list. So if someone is, killing all your allies, you can eventually scale into late game and pop them with fireballs, I suppose.
it's
Um,
it's genuinely
I'm
few fireballs, only two of them in the deck.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how this plays. I think it'll be really exciting. And then on the other side of things, we've got Jimmy Lee playing another Wind Lorraine deck, but this time it is Crux Knight Lorraine. So a little bit different from the Spirit Ruler build that we had just seen. But this is basically what you expect it to be. But we are playing a cheeky one Spirit Blade on Soul, which is
Yeah.
the Jimmy Lee classic. This guy loves to resolve that card.
Yeah. There's also one artist and one labyrinth, which is interesting to me. I've been of it being two different water cards.
Yeah, it is particularly curious that there's two uh two water cards. These, definitely meant to be used with the Prismatic Edge because we are playing the Ascension Prismatic Edge package in this list as well. I really like, the innovation that's happened with these decks where they're playing exalted basic element cards for
Mm-hmm.
their prismatic because they can also be used to imbue your benediction angels or advanced imbue. Um, and so similarly, we're running one scorched conquest as well. But it's just like it's something that makes the deck flow just a little bit more, and it's like just a tiny touch, but it's really smart. I really like it.
Yeah, no, it's I think it's a genius kind of addition. With RDO, we had a lot of usable and a lot better exalted basic element cards that are not norm. And it's been really nice to see people actually utilizing it. So I mean, this is obviously you're not gonna activate a water card in your Windcrux Maryland,
Certainly
but
using it as, not using it, but utilizing a sort of lesser appreciated aspect about the exalted cards. So we're gonna go ahead and get into this game. Very excited to see how this plays out, and just I'm just very excited for this in general. I'm fascinated to see what direction this goes. Uh, my hunch is that Wind Lorraine has a bit of an edge over the ally shell, just because Wind Crux Knight Lorraine has historically been very good against ally-based decks. Um, but I'm
especially
looking
in Jimmy
here.
Lee's hands, honestly.
Yes, of course. And we do, I mean, he does play a healthy 3 count of Hurricane Sweep. And so if you're going wide early game, you have to be worried about the Hurricane Sweep coming in for a ton of damage and drawing a ton of cards. So my hunch is that Jimmy Lee is going to have the advantage here, but I'm excited to see these animals come out early and hit hard. I cannot wait.
Yep, same. The good thing about Cleave is, for those that don't know, is that because it targets everything on board and targets the player, it doesn't care that Cheshire Cat has stealth. You just hit it regardless. And with Lorraine, you even get to draw a card off of it.
Yeah, it's like definitely, with the rise of these Cheshire Cat decks, I think some good old fashioned warrior cleaves your board definitely does a good amount for this format. The Cheshire Cat being one of the hardest allies to remove from the board, and Cleave just saying, I don't care what keywords you have. I don't care about your stealth. I don't care about your spell shroud. I'm just gonna hit you, and then I'm gonna draw a card. Um, but yeah, we're gonna go ahead and start with this Chamber of Reflections. I love this card. I think it's so fun in these Looking Glass decks. It's one of the very few options in the entire game to search your deck for a specific card and either put it into your memory in the case of Luxera's map, or in the case of this card, put it onto the field. Um, and so it lets you play these off element domains. So the main target in this deck, of course, is the Zhu Chang, taxing our opponent out of these cards. Um, but Jimmy Lee going ahead, classic opener these days with the Benediction Angel. We did an advanced imbue too, and we saw immediately the Scorched Conquest being a part of that advanced imbue. Just an extra layer of why the deck is able to run as smooth as it wants to be. But we're going to see the level up. I'm really hoping to see some crazy animal come down on turn one. I don't know. A Cheshire Cat with the buff counter would be my favorite thing to see right now.
Oh, Cruising the little guy for the level up here is pretty darn rough for Devonell, especially playing a fire deck. They have a lot of ways to discard it. Quite unfortunate, but they do have the Chamber of Reflections awake now, and they're gonna banish it immediately, search up a domain. What do you think they're gonna get here?
I assume it's going to be the Zhu Chang. I think that's sort of just your general all-purpose option. And it does play one in the deck, so as long as you haven't drawn it into your hand, which would be the most unfortunate outcome, I think that's the one that you plop onto the field. But it looks like I am incorrect, and we are we are going
Oh,
with
the
the other
Shilla
target
one.
in the deck, the Shillowin, Peaceful Beginnings. Um, so this is an interesting one. especially if you're saying like I'm going to put these big allies onto the field that I don't want you to deal with. Of course, comes into play with 6 durability counters on it being a siegeable domain, and then you can remove 2 at a time when an ally enters the field to put a bulwark counter on the ally, which maybe is like the best way possible to play against this like cleave that is coming at you.
Yep.
This, the bulwark counter blocks the first instance of damage that it would take. So, you can't cleave over something with a bulwark counter on it. And so if this is a buff counter and a bulwark counter on, say, a Cheshire Cat, that is like unbelievably hard to get rid of. But let's see what we're gonna play with the Sylvie level 1 effect.
Dachau, which is pretty solid on another layer of protecting everything you have on board, because it is both a mage and a tamer. So the class bonus is going to be active all the way, all throughout the game, which is going to be really cool. And going to make anything that Jimmy puts on the board have a frenzy counter. Onsol might be the best solution coming up here soon, unless he finds the like 2 hurricane sweeps or something.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, for sure, this is such an interesting one too. Dachau is like probably the glue that holds together the fact that we're playing Sylvie into Merlin. It's like
Yeah.
we have Mage Tamer, we have the Empower, and we have the Frenzy counters. Um, Very like fascinating. This thing is gonna be hard to remove. It's gonna make it so none of Jimmy Lee's allies can like attack, and then eventually it can stack up a huge empower. I'm so fascinated to see how long this sticks on the board, because I can't really see a reasonable way to get rid of this at all.
It's not only does it have the bulwark counter, not only can it give a frenzy counter to basically anything Jimmy puts down, but it's also a 1/5 with the buff counter from Sylvie. So even if everything goes well, a single hurricane sweep with a weapon, I don't think is enough. It's 4 damage
It's
only.
4, yeah, unless you have 2 power on a weapon, which I don't think we're not a Looking Glass deck, so we don't have an inert sword on the field,
Yep.
or don't have the ability to get an inert sword. So yeah, this touch out might just be sticking around for basically the entire game. I mean, it's gonna be super hard to remove. Now, of course, these bulwark counters and the buff counters aren't going to work against, say, like a Dream Fairy, um, which is something that Wind absolutely can do. But it does look like to me, I'm looking at Jimmy's list here. I don't actually see Dream Fairies in here, so maybe
Yeah.
maybe not an option. A
Ayala.
super
Ayala is an option.
Ayala is an interesting option. So the funny thing about Ayala is that to use the activated abilities on ally cards, you need to they have to obey you, right? It's like if it has pride and you can't use the pride, you can't use an activated ability. So if Ayala comes down, you can put a frenzy counter on it, and then it won't obey you. So even if you suppress the Dachau and it comes back onto the field without a bulwark counter or without a buff counter, you can never activate the Ayala a second time because it has that counter on it.
That is true.
I love this Dachau. I love this card. this is this is
I'm
so
I'm
funny, actually.
I'm beginning to hate this Dachau even more. Jimmy does have a pretty good banishment from the angelic. Like you said, there's the Scorch Conquest and a Sabella, so getting maximum value out of it.
Yeah, and the angelic channeling with this prismatic build is also so it's so cool and it's so good just because you can get rid of the water and the fire cards that you definitely don't need in your hand, and then when you're about to level up to 3, you just put them back on top, and it's so smooth. I really 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 like that development. I don't know if I can say it enough, but we're gonna go ahead and see a benediction angel, and this one is going to swing it into the domain there, making it so that only one more ally can enter the field with a bulwark counter on it. Um, I definitely agree with that play there.
Yeah, it's luckily you need exactly 2 counters. There is no playing around it, so even as long as you're odd, you're basically removing a whole bulwark counter here, which is a great value from this benediction angel that we know is only going to be attacking once.
It's going to be attacking once, and then it's going to be very angry. But we saw the inert sword in the materialized phase, which signaled to me that we were going to see a Cheshire Cat in the main phase, and we do indeed. And I expect this to have a bulwark counter on it as well.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that it has. It doesn't matter that Jimmy has cleave if the Cheshire Cat has bulwark as well. Really unfortunate, and I think. Oh, it
Looks like we
shows.
actually
Oh,
we
calming
chose not
breeze.
to. We chose not to
Yeah.
put a bulwark counter on the Cheshire Cat.
Uh,
Maybe trying to rely on the fact that it's just going to be hard to remove on its own. You do still have to worry about a Hurricane Sweep the following turn, but the Calming Breeze is definitely going to be great to block the damage incoming from that Cheshire Cat. Of course, swinging for 3 because the Inert Sword is on the field. And then, yeah, looks like we're probably just going to see Jimmy go ahead and take the level up. Because even with just the Sword of Seeking, you can attack into the Cheshire Cat and draw that card anyways. So you don't need the Cleave, because the Cleave isn't really going to do anything except for do a little bit of chip damage to Sylvie on top of the damage to the cat.
Yep, and there is the prereq frenzy counter on the Benediction Angel. Unfortunate.
Make sure those very threatening angels cannot chip in for their 1 damage each.
And it can't be quite relevant, especially
It can.
because Bulwark counter requires any amount of damage. It doesn't need to be lethal, so that one
It's
could
true. Yeah.
get
Oh, the 1
Jimmy
damage
closer.
chips absolutely could take off that bulwark counter, which so far is still surviving, making this dodge how impossible to to kill.
Yeah,
Very fascinating game plan and strategy. It's like kind of aggro, but also you've got sort of these interactive and lockdown strategies. But it looks like, yeah, Jimmy is going to go ahead
here it
and
is.
just rip the Hurricane Sweep for 4.
Cat's gone. At least Jimmy gets some value off of it because it's 4 damage to face, Bulwark counter gone, and he gets to draw a card.
Yeah, I think that's great value. Yeah, so we're gonna hit the bulwark counter. Of course, hit Sylvie for 4 damage, and just get that cat off the board. I'm really curious why we didn't see the cat have a bulwark counter on it as well. Maybe there's a second cat in hand for the following turn, that we're gonna use a bulwark on after the cleave comes down.
Honestly, it could also be that Devonell just has never seen Hurricane Sweep because I don't think anyone but Jimmy plays Hurricane Sweep. Uh, does Cleave hit siegeable domains? Because they're not a unit, right?
It
So
does. Cleave was eroded when siegeable domains were added to the game to attack all attackable objects. So that does include siegeable domains very specifically. So yes, it does. It does hit the domain there. So yeah,
minus.
again, very very curious. I suppose there's a possibility that has never played against a Hurricane Sweep before. It is a very very classic card, but Wind Lorraine isn't exactly the most played deck at the moment. So
Yeah. I'm curious how this game would have gone if the dash out didn't have the bulwark counter immediately.
yeah, I mean, the Dacha definitely still would have been preventing these angels from chipping in. So like, it still probably wouldn't have been able to be killed by a cleave just because nothing could attack into it. But yeah, it's so fascinating. I mean, it's a really great way to make sticky allies, I suppose. We're gonna go
Yeah.
ahead and Creative Shock, pitch a liminal guide. A little bit after we want to see the liminal guide, given that we've put the sensor on the field this turn. But it might have just been, you didn't have the liminal in hand. You get the sensor, you play the Creative Shock, you see the liminal guide, and you go, well, I guess I'll get rid of it because I'm definitely not going to play it from my hand.
Yeah, I think because I think there is a much more high value plays in this deck than just playing a liminal guide. Also, hopefully, Devonell will not forget that sensor does affect their liminal guide as well. It could have just been a classic case of instinct or something that you're used to.
Well, that's true. You see the liminal guide, you pitch the liminal guide. I mean, there's one place where you
Exactly.
want that guy, and it's in the graveyard. So, it makes sense to me. I mean, there's definitely just a chance that whatever else was in the hand was better, because liminal guide is definitely not a card you want in your hand either. So
Yeah.
you might as well get rid of it. There's always the chance that the opponent destroys your sensor, although I don't think that Jimmy Lee is necessarily too worried about the um the graveyard being turned off. I think he's not overly reliant on floating memory.
Mm, yeah, it's he got as much value as you can expect in Wind Lorraine, honestly, out of the float. This you don't have a lot of ways to discard, and you yeah he already got lucky with having 2 float and then banishing his probably 3rd float here. Oh, Clarence being materialized by Jimmy.
Yeah, Clarence. So being used different from how Spirit Ruler uses it, where Spirit Ruler likes to chuck away like a drawn blade to get back on level up. Um, Crux Knight Lorraine just wants swords in the banish pile to power up her
Yeah.
attacks. And so it's very interesting that she gets just as much of a bonus off of Clarent as Spirit Ruler, and it's just more damage. And of course, with Ascension and with Ensoul, they can both return cards to the field from the banish pile, so it does not matter what swords you banish. They will be coming back eventually with either Ascension or an Ensoul.
Yeah, both of being banished by Jimmy is really interesting. It seems sad. Obviously, it's the best. It's best with Onsol. Like you don't want to play Rome Blade unless it's Onsol. But I still like the card a lot.
Yeah, when Runeblade came out, it really just added like such an extra dimension to what Ansel could do. I mean, we
Yeah.
saw it right away in the first couple of DTR events, where it was all of a sudden, Ansel's not just attacking for just shy of lethal; it's attacking for well over lethal, and so you could even get around like Resolute Stand, because you were just attacking so tall, which gave that deck an extra dimension. It was definitely a deck that sort of has been falling off a cliff ever since set one. But it had a resurgence with DTR, and we're seeing Jimmy try to bring it back yet again in RDO here.
Anyone can. Jimmy can absolutely bring it back. He's the people's champion. That already gives him enough of a push where he can make anything popular. But he also loves his Lorraine decks.
This is true. Jimmy is definitely a champion of that champion, if there ever was one. He loves these style of decks. Gonna go ahead and put down this Ace of Protector. Ace of Protector will bounce one of those angels, and then it will not be able to attack. The fun interaction here, like with the timing of how allies hit the field and whatnot, is if an ally doesn't have an unenter effect, it can hit the field and then attack immediately without there being any opportunity to activate a card in between that. But because the Ace Protector has an unenter, in response to that trigger, you can use the Dachau to put the frenzy counter on it, and so now it can't even declare a first attack. And also, it
Yep.
can't intercept either.
Oh, true, yeah, because that is also an ability that it has to obey you for. The only thing it can do is retaliate.
Yes. Yep. It can retaliate if it is attacked, but otherwise it is just a big guy sort of sitting there. But of course, Jimmy did get the Benediction Angel to bounce back to hand, and then played it again to cycle another card. So Jimmy really probably just wanted the extra value off of it, knowing that he's not going to get much at all out of
Yeah.
the Ace Protector being on the field.
Yeah, I mean, drawing a card and recovering down to 0 is still pretty solid. I don't think he's too unhappy about that
Yeah, I don't think I'd
value.
ever be too unhappy about healing to 0. um, we're gonna go ahead. So now we're gonna see the Merlin side of the deck. Gonna go to level 2 here. Um, and we're getting rid of 2 of those dead domain cards. So of course you can't actually play the Zhu Cheng from hand, and a little past the time where we'd play the other one. So not too sad to see those cards go.
Mhm. Now, it's all once again, Devonel is the one holding the short end of the stick with being Merlin level 2 and having his own sensor on board. This is the drawback of playing Sensor and Merlin. Really unfortunate. Unfortunate timing as well because Jimmy hasn't really had floating memory there. But it happens. It's better to be prepared for anything your opponent can throw at you. than to just sit there and try and get maximum value sometimes. Ooh,
Yeah,
Xiao
that liminal
Xiao!
guide, unfortunately, is still in the graveyard and not leaving the
Yeah.
graveyard anytime soon. But yeah, Xiao Xiao hitting the board. It's another one of those like annoying allies. I mean, if I was to label this deck with like anything, I just say it's the annoying allies deck because so far everything that has hit the board has just been like really obnoxious. You know, it's like the Cheshire Cat's really annoying to get off the board, the Da Chow is really annoying to get off the board, the Xiao Chow is really annoying to get off the board. It's just like, you know, it's just all these allies that are just kind of obnoxious. But you know, if you get them all together and they're in the same strategy, you know, you got something of a really powerful attacking deck.
Oh yeah, it's definitely just a lot of mosquitoes biting you, basically, the deck. And I respect it. I respect it a lot.
Yeah, it's really just checking like, did you bring the bug spray? And so far, Jimmy's been able to keep the mosquitoes off of his neck. Um, but we'll see how long that continues. I imagine that once this level 3 sort of value train starts coming, it'll be pretty hard to shut down. Um, Especially considering like your Ghost of Pendragons have the same problem that Ancient Protector has, where they have an uninter effect, so they will not get to attack, or at least the first one you play a turn is not going to get to attack.
Yep.
Um, so definitely something that we have to be aware of, but we are going to go ahead and push all the
Yeah.
way up to level 3 here.
Yep. Now, now that Jimmy is level 3, if he has a second Hurricane Sweep, he could clear the board because he did materialize clearance, so that's 2 swords in. Oh wait, no, he needs 1 more sword in banishment. So he could, if he finds a way to put another sword into banishment here.
Yeah, when we went ahead and we resolved that angelic channeling. Looks like we put both of those cards on the bottom. So that was a Sabella and a Scorched Conquest. Oh, Scorched Conquest, excuse me. Of course, you probably don't need the fire card for Ascension against the deck that's playing predominantly fire cards, so that would make sense to me. And then Sabella has the same problem as a lot of these other allies do, where most of her value is from her on-enter effect, and so that Dachau is going to shut down her getting any value outside of the unenter. So
That Dao Shao is so good here. No. And yep, Pendragon, as you predicted, immediately being frenzied.
yeah, Pendragon. Yep, you will still get the triggered ability, of course, but then nothing
Yeah.
after that. So it cannot
Okay,
attack,
but
cannot do anything. But
I
the second
believe in
Pendragon,
Jimmy. Exactly.
the second Pendragon, will
One, two, three.
definitely spell the end. Or
There's the
yeah, now
Sabella.
Isabella.
Okay, that makes sense. That is really, really, really good. Even though the on enter is not really not gonna do much. Now this turn, I believe Jimmy can clear. No, he still can't. He still can't clear the Dasho. Oh wait, no, you can
A
because he'll attack
combination.
again with the Volatev. Yeah, on attack he'll sacrifice the Rune Blade and then swing with Clarent.
Yeah, I think just getting to 5 damage isn't actually too hard. You can use a combination of attacking with your champion and attacking with the ally. Looks like we were thinking about a Blazing Throw, but that of course is a slow card, so we cannot activate that to remove the Sabella. Um, so yes,
That
this Rune
card,
Blade will hit the field.
yeah, Blazing Throw would be so strong if it were a fast card. I would be scared of. I'm scared of a world where Blazing Throw is fast.
And I imagine here we are finally trying to deal with this Dacha getting it off the field. Attack with the votive Rune Blade, sacrifice, wake up, uh, and then we're gonna maybe attack again.
That's that's what I'm seeing in our future here, which will all of a sudden make Devanel a lot more susceptible to everything that Jimmy has. Yep.
Yep. And so now, what's very fun about sort of the Da Chao stuff is that those allies do still have the frenzy counters on them. So in theory, if
Mm-hmm.
another Da Chao hits the board, they are once again locked down. But without the sort of continuous effect of the Da Chao making allies with frenzy counters not obey, they are all unlocked here, and they will be attacking for a lot of damage.
Yep. Immediately pushing Devanel up to what, 14? 12, 12. Because Sabella gives a bomb counter to something else, which I believe. What is the bomb counter on? Is it on the Pendragon? Can't be.
The bound counter should have been on the Votive Rune Blade.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. That makes sense.
We are going to go ahead and remember our very powerful Lost Providence here. And now I think this is a position where if you are Devanel here, you probably cannot uh, come back from this. I think there's an influence of 4 against a Crux Knight that has taken no damage and a field that's representing over 10 a turn is, I think, probably just a little bit too far gone.
Second that chow. Second that chow. That's me. Oh, Terrafring's pretty good, but Jimmy is playing Crux, so he has quite the hefty influence, and Devanel is 22 life. He's two damage away from death.
Yep. Yeah, the Terrafring, I mean, would be good if it was active last turn. But unfortunately,
Yeah.
with only two life left on his champion, it does really only take 1 attack. And so I think he actually needs to play another Dachau, otherwise he's dead on board.
Dungeon Guide is the best out here. Dachau and Dungeon Guide. He does have 4, so surely the only reason you get Terrafring here is if you have the Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate thing though is that I believe the last card in Jimmy's material deck is Prismatic Edge, and so you
Oh,
can
yeah.
just hard materialize Prismatic Edge and either burn your opponent for the last 3 damage or just attack with your champion for the last however much damage it is. But yeah, it looks like, I mean, we're gonna remove one of the allies, but I think the writing is on the wall for him here.
Yep. Oh, that I think that blazing throw was kept in hand because Devanel forgot that it was a slow speed card, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah, I think we were looking to use it to remove something as it was hitting the field, but I think it should be. It looks like it was a sort of seeking. The prismatic edge must have gotten banished off of something in the past.
I think they have more than one card in material deck, but I think that's
Oh, yep,
game
looks like that.
1 to Jimmy. Unfortunately, that was a really cool game 1 though. I think the watching the Dacia hold down the fort and Jimmy not being able to produce more than 1 ally a turn was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was really interesting. Like it was very cool to see the board control, and like it was actually working. The Dachai was like
Yeah.
knocking down the whole board, and I could definitely see that being a powerful card against these decks that put down 1 ally a turn, like you said. Like, if you put down 1 ally and then it can't do anything, well, then Dachau just gets infinite free value, I suppose. But of course, Lorraine, especially Crux Knight Lorraine, being one of the decks that does have the ability to just swing over the top of a 5 health ally, um, definitely spelled the end of that fox.
Yeah. Now let's look at sideboards as the players are doing it as well. If you want to look at Jimmy's first, I think it's very quick and very straightforward on his side.
Yep. So I mean, so Jimmy's got an extra onsole on the side, has Veiling Breeze, and Ensnaring Fumes, as well as like Regal Inquisition, Morgan, and Palver Sword. I don't think you're too worried about the Morgan here. You're not worried about the Palver Sword here. I think Regal is probably win more in this matchup. I
Yep.
think the Fumes is actually pretty decent against these Bulwark counter allies. And the Veiling Breeze is always good against these chip damage style decks. And the extra onsole, I think you could take it or leave it. You don't need it as a win con, but it definitely is pretty good because the frenzy counters are shutting down your allies. So Enso presents a win con that is not attacking with allies. So definitely a little bit more consistent that way. So that's what I'd probably look at if I was Jimmy in this situation.
Yeah, I agree with you at large. Now, Devonel has card I never thought I would see in someone's sideboard, but I love the art of it, so I just love the card. He has Oppressive Presence here, which is 100% coming in. It is made for this matchup. It's for those that don't know, it says activate this card during your opponent's recollection phase. It's a 2-cost fast card. It says until end of turn, players can't declare attacks with allies unless they pay X for each attack declaration, where X is the highest power among fire element allies you control. So it's basically an action tariff ring.
Yeah, I mean it'll definitely be very good against these wide allies, sort of, if Jimmy goes wide again like he did last game. It is unfortunately worded in a way that makes it not deal with Ensol very well, because it does
Yeah,
say they can't declare attacks with allies. Of course, Ensol makes the sword attack as if they were allies, but they are not allies, so they it does not block that. But it could block, Pendragon and Sabella and Acer Protector and a bunch of angels. Looks like we have a nice explosive start here. Forest Cake into the Chamber of Reflections. I mean, Chamber of Reflections is the kind of card
oh,
you want to see it on turn one, and then you never want to see it ever again. Um, so opening it
yep.
2 games back to back is really good, as long as you haven't uh, drawn the cards that you want to search off of it.
Yeah, hope that's why there are 2 Shillowin in the deck, and the shoe changes for Spice here. Oh,
Yeah,
Windmill Engineer
absolutely.
from
Makes it
Jimmy.
good, classic wind opening. Windmill Engineer. Have the reclaim check, especially if we're attacking into it with like shout chows and stuff that would banish it. Um, Obviously, Windmill Engineer, reclaim, one of the best early game advantage engines in all of Grand Archive. That just every wind deck that wants to play it has access to.
Yep. You love to see it. Even Jimmy cannot run away from the best value plays in his elements. Oh,
Yeah,
this is
that's
the
true.
repeat of last game. Liminal Guide being banished for the level up again.
It happens. I think we're gonna go ahead and see. Yeah, this Chamber of Reflections being popped. We're thinking about it. It's definitely the kind of thing that if you're gonna get the Shillowin, you want to do it before you play your allies. But if you're not gonna get the Shillowin, it doesn't really matter too much. You just want to pop it before you draw too many cards, so that you don't draw the cards that you're trying to search off of it. But it looks like we are gonna go ahead
Yep.
and we're gonna do it.
Yeah, get
Do you
ahead
think
of
it's
the
gonna be the
curve, like
Shillowin
you
again?
said. Probably. And then we see another Dao Shell. I believe in Devonel. And at this time, the Dao Shell will have 2 buff counters. It's gonna be even harder to kill.
That's true.
Oh
The
my god,
Forest
is it?
Cake also. I mean, I think in this situation, a Cheshire Cat with two buff counters and a Bulwark counter on it seems crazy to me.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
wait, you're not wrong.
a Cheshire Cat that starts as a 3/5, I think personally seems like the scariest possible combination of things you can do. Um, but we'll see if Devin agrees with me or if he has it. It looks like I think this is or we're gonna see a Lava Soul Tiger. Um,
Oh, now we're talking.
this
I
is a
mean,
big tiger.
yeah, I think this is gonna be a turbo to 3 and just start punching game, because a 7/7 with a bulwark counter is really good, but it has pride 3, so there's a
Yeah, I
clock
I
on Jimmy
agree.
now.
Definitely a turbo angle. I think you could also, I mean, you could definitely level up to 2, and then, Merlin 2 can still gain those level counters, so she can be fake level 3 to enable this pride early. But definitely, yeah, we're going to try to enable this Lava Soul Tiger. I don't think it's really going to be threatened at all by Jimmy. I mean, it's going to be pretty easy to remove the Bulwark counter, at least, just by chipping in with the Windmill Engineer. but Jimmy Lee's not going to want to slam a hurricane sweep into the 7/7 that's going to hit him back.
Yep. It's the threat of a what's it called? A hurricane sweep is definitely much lower with that 7/7 on the board.
Yeah, looks like Jimmy is not going to pick this Windmill Engineer back up, so we are just going to um, level up hard. We do see the Reclaim banished from the memory. I wonder if the Reclaim was actually drawn into memory off of the Windmill Engineer, because I think at least that if you had it in hand before, you would have kept it, unless you didn't have another option to imbue, which is the other probably outcome of that. But Windmill Engineer being on the
Yeah.
field is
Oof.
pretty good. I mean, looks like he's choosing to poke face. I almost maybe would have considered removing the bullet counter from the Lava Soul Tiger. You lose your Windmill Engineer, but you take the counter.
Yeah.
Um,
A benediction angel. He's him. Jimmy just has it.
yeah, I mean, well, at some point, if you run enough of these cards that say imbue, draw a card into your memory, you're gonna find them. And we are starting that value train, chipping in 1 damage, 1 damage, 1 damage. Who's the mosquitoes now?
Oh, you're right. It's definitely Jimmy, but it also means that Devonell does have the ability to just turbo up here. It's kind of like what's it called? A Vanitas play where he's just turboing to 3 with one massive ally on board. Except he cannot act here, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's like almost like Venus, except the trade-off is instead of having a power stat on your champion, your Tiger is a 7/7, which
Yeah.
it's a fair trade-off.
Yeah.
Uh,
Kind
There
of
is
fair, yeah.
unfortunately no floating memory to eat, so this Merlin is still just measly little level 2. Um, Hoping to find a way. I don't think we have any like level up. We don't have dungeon guides in this deck, so we are just putting down the Academy guide. I like this play. Put a bullet counter on it, make it a little annoying to remove, and then also you say, well, I've got 3 cards in my memory, and I've got an Academy guide on board. So either I'm going to level up and pay 2 of these cards, or you're going to kill my Academy guide, and then I'm just going to throw away my whole memory, get a level 3, and start swinging for 7.
Yep. But no matter what, that Academy guide is gonna eat up 2 swings, so do your best, or do your worst, I guess, in this case.
Yeah, but we're gonna go ahead. Yeah, remove the first ally from the board. Might as well get him off the field, because you don't have the dodge out preventing them all from attacking this game. So whatever you can get rid of, you might as well go ahead and do. But yeah, so that Academy guide now with the Benediction Angel on board, if we do see Jimmy level up, it's definitely possible for him to break the bulwark counter with the Benediction Angel and then just poke the Academy guide for 3 damage with the Sword of Seeking, draw the card. Not too bad. Definitely very easy to do. But we don't know necessarily that Jimmy wants to hard level here. He hasn't really done a ton of value gameplays yet. And he might be looking for like a clearance before he goes to level 3.
Yeah, I think anything that can make that Lava Soul Tiger retaliation bitless painful is also good. Because he might just try and remove it while he's level 2. Thurible is really neat here. Unfortunately, once again, not getting rid of really anything because Merlin would have already eaten it up if there were any float.
Yep, well, it's one of those times where you just play Thurible and you say, this is just a win backup charger. I don't really need to eat your cards. I just get to. And you're never too sad about that. But of course, you'd rather get the full value and take away a floating
Mm-hmm.
memory. But looks like we are gonna go ahead. We're actually gonna dungeon guide into level 2 here. So we are gonna Benediction Angel pop that bulwark counter off the Academy guide, level up into learn level 2. I imagine we just poke the Academy guide and kill it to draw the card. I don't think
Oh,
you send the cleave.
the Regal did come in for Jimmy.
Oh yeah,
Banish
looks
for
like they
level
did.
up there. Yeah.
But yeah, so we go ahead and poke that Academy guide. No reason to cleave here unless you want to take 7 damage, which I don't think he does. Um, but I
That's
think Devino could have
crazy.
expected that this would have happened. That's
Yeah.
why we have the 3 cards down anyways. It was sort of like, I'm willing to send them all to level up regardless. I'd just like to do it for cheap.
Exactly. It's it's the most amount of value. Maybe was also praying for Jimmy to have at least one float in the graveyard so they could attack with the Lava Soul Tiger. But another dungeon guide coming up for
The
Jimmy. But
second
it
dungeon
seems
guide.
that they're just stuck in this position. Second dungeon guide is pretty good for Jimmy here.
And
I'm
there's
missing
the
a
third
third
dungeon
dungeon
guide.
guide. Right,
Yeah,
yeah, makes
very
sense.
classic. I have all the dungeon guides in my hand. I might as well play them. Yeah, Dungeon Guide into Crux Knight, of course, like not quite as immediately impactful as Dungeon Guide into, say, Spirit Ruler, but you do
Yep.
get your Lost Providence on the field. You do, get the benefit of getting like a Drawn Blade next turn or a Clarent next turn if you want it. So definitely still super worth it. I did notice that and you do get access to Crux, so as long as you got those two cards in hand, here comes the
Yep.
Pendragon train.
Exact influence being 3 here. Now, interestingly, Devanel didn't retaliate onto the dungeon guide. Maybe hoping that Jimmy would try and kill it so he can retaliate for 7 into something more impactful, like that Pendragon. But unfortunately, that Pendragon was going to face.
Yep, but we now have access to our 7/7 that we played so long ago. Um, and we're gonna get some of these cards off of the Merlin, so odd level counter this turn, of course, but Merlin does represent her own built-in value train. And we are just gonna send 7 damage, clear the Pendragon. Makes sense. That guy is pretty good.
Yeah. Pretty good, I think, is an understatement. It's because in Wind you
He's
can just
okay.
yeah, you know what? Fair. it's
No,
a
you're right. You're right.
buff Pendragon, I think.
Yeah, like you were saying too, Wind especially. Wind gets so much more value out of Ghost of Pendragon
Yeah,
than any other element, and every other element gets a lot of value out of that guy.
exactly. Being able to reclaim a Pendragon is like reclaiming a Windmill Engineer on crack. It's not something you want to sit across from.
No, it's true because the Reclaim turns into a Drawn Blade, and then the Drawn Blade turns into 2 more draws off the Pendragon. It's
Yay.
disgusting. It's definitely one of those things where it's like it's super high value, but yet Wind sort of Merlin never popped off. Wind Lorraine hasn't been good in a long time, but I mean we're seeing the value of these Wind engines plus Crux top end. It's pretty good.
Yeah, Crux has never really went away and being the premium advanced element.
I do see Jimmy counting a boatload of cards, which tells me that
Unsol,
the
unsol,
Spirit Blade
unsol,
Unsoul is
unsol.
en route,
Yep,
and
there it
there it
is.
is.
A measly 6 in memory for the unsol. Jimmy
Yeah.
adjusting his board to be able to fit all of these swords on there.
Yep, and I mean Ensol is such a powerful card. Jimmy's not playing like the full material deck that is only swords, of course. That you can get out with Ensol because he's got the prismatic edge in there. But I think if you're playing like the full, I'm only on swords that Ensol works with in my deck. One Ensol represents about 40 damage. And so this one,
Yep.
just minus like a Karnwinen, I think it will probably represent like around 35 damage or so. Um, which is still which is
Yeah.
still plenty. You can
It doesn't
get
kill a Jin though. Huh. There you go. So it's bad anti-Jin deck.
I'm not sure why we're
Oh,
I'm not sure
going for
why
the
we're killing the
tiger.
Lava Soul. Maybe the math is slightly different if you're playing the Clarent package and the stuff. Maybe he didn't quite have direct lethal with the Ensoul. But I know a raw Ensoul represents just a ton of damage.
Yep. What the Jimmy is swinging in for quite a bit here. 3, and then gonna have another swing with the Rune Blade again for 4, 5. Yeah, and then there is the Clarent. It's still not lethal. Merlin is a 28 life champion, but we're really really close to there.
I mean, we're 7 damage off, and we put 7 damage into a Lava Soul Tiger before going for the champion. So I think it was enough damage. He just either didn't count it, he maybe counted one off, or uh just wanted to play an extra turn for fun.
It's worth it. You know, just for funsies, kill the tiger. You know the tiger is exactly a 7/7, which is exactly how much damage was needed. The exact lethal is gone. Red air, pretty solid. It does not need the pride to be gone, so it is still 3/3 that can just swing in.
Yeah, it is a 3/3, but I mean, we are looking for 7 points of damage under a Tariff Ring. So another Ensoul is not going to be the most relevant here. I think Jimmy actually choosing to put 7 damage into the Tiger that definitely did not have taunt, but sort of maybe looked like it did. Uh,
I mean, in Jimmy's defense, there's a lot of text on Tiger for something that is a 7/7 and nothing else.
that is true, but of course, the Sabella bringing a drawn blade back does let Crux Knight Lorraine swing in for a boatload of damage because all of your other swords are still banished. And the Drawn Blade gets an extra 2 bonus damage from being linked to the Sabella. Such a great addition to this deck, but that will be well over lethal,
Lethal.
even after killing the Tiger. Very cool brew from Devanel, but unfortunately, the pressure and the damage output, the cleaves, and just everything that Wind Lorraine has always done before, well, she did again.
Yeah, hey, I think it's also a Jimmy answer. You know, he just gets everything all the time because he's Jimmy. And especially when he plays Crux, he's just him, you know. That's why we
Yeah.
see him on Crux more than Tony.
Yeah, I mean, he just had what 3 dungeon guides in that game. Had the windmill, had the benediction angel, had the pendragon. I suppose if you just
He's
have everything all the time, it'll go it'll go pretty well. Uh, but no, I think that's just that matchup really sort of felt like the culmination of Lorraine versus allies. It sort of always has been like that. Lorraine has always really made it hard for allies to get a lot of value. Um, and even if it's one really big ally, we can still choose to kill it if we want to. So,
As
yeah,
Hunt.
big ups to big ups to Jimmy on on that one. Definitely, I mean, the deck ran incredibly smooth. I think that was like a very good showing for him and for the deck.
Yep. I think the other deck, like not to discount Devanel either, it's a really cool brew. It's a really cool idea. And I never thought to utilize Dachao being a mage as well. And it did really, really well. Like, it's a cool package and cool combo to play. It's just unfortunate that there are no ways to guarantee to find it. Because I feel like that is the biggest thing that the deck has of just having the Dachao to lock down everything that your opponent throws at you.
Yeah, Dachao's so interesting, just like as a card. I think like unfortunately her biggest downside is actually that she's a fire card, because she wants to be played sort of in like a slower, like I'm playing like a lockdown. I'm not letting you
Hmm.
attack me. But the rest of the deck is just screaming like I'm pushing damage as fast as possible, and so like she did a lot of good work in locking down the board.
Yeah.
And I think there's actually like, maybe some hidden potential there in a slower, interactive, tamer mage deck. Like you could probably build something that like really plays to those strengths. But like you said, you can't guarantee you have it every time. And if you don't draw it and your whole game plan revolves around playing Dachao, well, you're not going to get any value in that case.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. Like but they also didn't see their Arthur and red hair combo early on, which I feel like is the other strong suit of the deck. So it felt like they just couldn't keep up with the 3 dungeon guide, the perfect Crux hand Jimmy Lee classic, which is sad, but it was a really good battle that they put up, and I was genuinely expecting that chat to hang around a tiny bit longer.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like I said earlier, is like there aren't actually that many decks that can just sort of swing into an ally for 5 with no other allies on board, technically, because they were all frenzied. Um, but Crux really is the one that, well, the Pendragon comes down, you have to frenzy the Pendragon, and then the Sabella comes down, and you go, well, I don't really have the ability to interact with these both. But yeah, no, definitely a good showing. I think the aggro side of the deck didn't really come out in that game, which was unfortunate because these level 3, especially the Lorraine's with 28 health, once she levels up and she's out of range of all of your super early pressure, um, it just becomes impossible to close out the game from there.
Oh, absolutely. It's really tough, and a lot of people are playing Guardians now, which is 30 life, and it's even harder. So it's a tall hill to climb for any deck if you don't, especially if you don't see your aggro pieces.
And that's why Water Diana is so good, and because she can deal that damage, and I know that you love watching her deal that damage as well. Um,
I love Water Diana. I mean, hey, look, I will give Water Diana credit where credit's due. At least she can finish out the games. Water Jin, though, I was just talking today. I'm up here in Fargo for the summer, and I see Dan a lot, and today was his birthday, and we had a discussion that is irrelevant to the discussion, but it is Midnight Dan's
Very
birthday, so
important, everyone.
yeah.
Happy birthday, Dan. I don't think he's here, but happy birthday, Dan.
Yeah,
You're in our hearts, very
he's
much alive.
probably sleeping. Happy birthday, Dan.
You earned the snap.
Yeah, but we
But
were
continue.
talking. Yeah, and we were talking, and we were just talking about Caben's EU Nats deck, and we realized that that deck can survive everything that Jin throws at it, except for milling out, and that is so annoying because Jin can also survive everything that Caveman's deck throws at it, and Jin cannot survive everything. And I realized that Jin is probably the worst deck if you want to have time to like drink water or eat food or just like do anything but play Grand Archive at an event.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those decks where like your games are going to go a long time by design. Even more so than I think the old deck that would have, been, this just takes a long time, is Luxem for sure. But
Oh yeah.
even now, Luxem got enough tools to actually say like, all right, I'm going to win the game now. Whereas yeah, your Jins, especially your mill Jins, they're they're mostly like, I'm not going to lose the game, and you can concede whenever you feel like it. Um,
Exactly.
so yeah, no, definitely if you're a person who eats food, um, don't don't play Jin. Yeah, if you're someone who eats food, uh, perhaps drinks water, um, uses the restroom, don't play Jin.
It was
Basically,
so
play it if you're a robot.
true. I think that is also why the popularity of Water Gin tanked after NA Nats. It was like NA Nats, half the meta's Water Gin, and then everyone's like, all right, thanks guys. I like my life a bit more than to just further Gin. And everyone reverted to fair decks like Razor Gale and Water Diana and Serene.
Yeah, well, it's definitely one of those things, right, where especially when preparing for a long tournament, like you have to bring a deck that you can play 13 rounds of. And there are some decks where like I see people playing them and I'm like, you are braver than I am. I think in the past couple formats, people playing like Astra Arisana. I'm like, if I was playing that deck for 13 rounds into a potential top 8 where there's like 3 more matches, like my brain would be absolutely fried. And the same is the case for some of these like Jin decks and whatnot. Even to an extent, like the Crescendo deck we saw in the last round, it's like you're just spending so much time and energy, figuring out exactly how to win your games. That it's really props to people who do bring those decks. It's just it's not going to be me. I'll tell
Yeah,
you what.
But you just have to be like Mad G and really love the deck and like sleep, dream, breathe, and eat crescendo, and then it's gonna be an easy breeze. You won't even think about it being 13 rounds because you're just having fun.
True, true. Just have fun. The best, the best, the best out. But I do think that if I recall correctly, a lot of his games also go
He
to or
loves
past time. So,
no,
but
he
it's
loves the deck.
fun. It's
Yeah, he's
fine.
having
Counting is
fun.
fun. Trust me, I love counting. Uh, that's pretty good. Um,
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I think there's a duality of people that are like playing more Grand Archive is really good, and I want to play as little Grand Archive as I can until top 8. And
that
it's
is true.
it's a really strong dichotomy of I think all TCG players, not even just
Yeah,
GA.
yeah. As much as you love the game and you love playing the game, you actually want to play as little of it as possible. Um, I mean, to an extent, but for
You
sure,
test a
it's
lot beforehand, so you don't have to play a lot at the event.
bars. True, real and true. All right. So I think we're coming up to the end of the regular time, and but the players are all about to go into overtime. So I think we are going to go ahead and toss it over to a little break here. But we will be back with round 3 shortly. So hang around, stay tuned, get some water, maybe count your crescendo combos, and then we'll be back for round 3.
welcome back to round 3 of the TCG Online Locals. My name is Clem, and I'm back with NEETfull. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well, doing well. I gotta watch last round. I gotta watch Jimmy Lee massacre a Lava Soul Tiger at the end. So doing well.
That was crazy. I didn't realize that my math is bad. I didn't entirely realize that he had lethal that turn until the Lava Soul Tiger died and we're in 21. I was like, damn, that's crazy.
Listen, as I said, like before we jumped on, it was like sometimes it's about sending a message. It's not about winning at the moment. It's about
A
saying,
crazy
"Hey,
message.
I don't
Sorry.
like that tiger."
It's a crazy message to send to a Fire Sylvie Merlin player. That is just. I thought Jimmy for sure didn't intend it. Like, Tyler actually said that it was unintentional. He didn't realize he had the lethal, but that is still a crazy message.
No, we're just gonna 100% put it down. Jimmy does not like Lava Soul Tiger.
Jimmy specifically hates Lava Soul Tiger and nothing else. Everything else is fine, but Lava Soul Tiger,
Nah, get out of here with that. I don't want to see that.
yeah, no, not in Jimmy's. Not as long as Jimmy has a say. All right, Needful. I have a question. As a fellow Slimes enjoyer, Tyler recently called me the biggest Slimes fan, but I think you might be kind of upset about that, considering your status. But I will keep it. I will be the #1 Slimes fan. Sorry. What's your opinion on Water Diana? What's the
Ooh,
problem with it?
listen, it's actually a deck because actually going into now that I've had to do a little bit more practice, especially with two locals potentially going potentially having the option to go to Gauntlet. We've been kind of doing a little bit more play testing and stuff local. So I've had to learn a lot of the meta lists, kind of really like dig into them a lot more than I have in the past. And I will say, in terms of Water Diana, it feels like not necessarily a busted list, but it is a very strong, consistent deck that as long as you get that first hit with the Aetherwing, if you're going specifically the Water Aetherwing, you can essentially set up the rest of your game pretty consistently on what you're trying to do. So I know you were talking about earlier that it's like it's not necessarily strides is like the biggest problem. It's the biggest thing is the whole deck itself just kind of I don't want to say plays itself, but it's once you see those first 4 to 5 cards, you kind of know every matchup saying, I don't need this card, I do need this card, or this is how I win the game. And you can kind of just set up from there. And it's kind of more it sometimes just feels like it's your game to lose on that deck rather than it's like the deck just falls apart.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Obviously, you listened in, so you know my thoughts. So there's not much else to say there.
Listen, I hate to say it, even though it's not the most problematic deck right now. I think I have more hatred to Razor Gale than any other deck in the game, but I think it's more
But
of like I think it's more Toronto PTSD than it is actually the deck itself. I realized that we were in Nats. Nothing against my opponent, but one of my opponents, the one that Razor Gale got into, he's like, he played the first Razor Gale, and then we were just talking. He's like, "Yeah, I really enjoy this deck," and I had to tell him, be like, "Man, I hate this deck so much," and it's nothing against you. I just hate Razor Gale.
just make it personal. No, no. We know that it was your opponent that was the problem. That they chose to play Razor again.
Yeah, they're the problem. It is personal now. I'm
They
name dropping right
invented the card. Yes, yes. Drop it.
now, but no, it's.
Name and shame.
I think right now we're in a meta where it realistically is pretty open to what you want to play, and I think that's what I'm happy about. I think a lot of people there is a feel bad moment when you're kind of having to go you overcommit a little bit or you make your deck a little bit too greedy and then your opponent goes here's strides with a cat take like 14, which does feel a little bit bad at
Mhm.
times, but we have seen of course with like Caven showing up with water allies that there is interaction with it. We already saw Gembu do really well into the list as well, having access to Song of Frost, ways to shut down attacks or reduce the attacks. So we know there is answers to the list. Unfortunately, some of that also revolves around you being in water or in some cases wind. But yeah, just no love for fire again. It's fire as soon as they get greedy. Water shows up and just kind of like puts out the bonfire and says no more fun.
Yeah, yeah. And the thing is, it's funny because it somewhat works in a rock paper scissors way, but at the same time, wind doesn't necessarily destroy water. Like we saw at EUNAT's finals, where it was just Vapor Jet Shield versus Asuna, and and then it was a really, really, really sad moment realizing Asuna only plays 2 Zephyrs in his Razor Gill deck. What gotta do? He's not playing the 1 turn kill Razor Gilbert, just go
Yeah.
boom boom. No, he was playing the slow game, which sucks into Vapor Jet Shield.
Yeah, we were watching because we went back and a couple bunch of us watched it, and as we're watching that finals, it was kind of a situation that we all kind of like universally agreed of like, if you're Asuna, what do you do in this situation? Like
Hmm.
it's not even a situation of like the deck was overpowered. It was just so geared to deal with Water Diana and to deal with Razor Gale that it was kind of like you're kind of in that moment of like I prepared for everything except for this stupid shield, and I don't know how to get around it.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. I'm really not excited for this next matchup. This is 2 of my least favorite decks in this format going up against each other. That was my visible frustration here. One, it's Water Aether Wing, which we've established I'm not the biggest fan of. The other side, however, is I would argue is worse than Water Gin, worse than Water Aether Wing Diana, is Serene Umbra Alice.
Listen,
It's fire Serene Umbra Alice.
yeah, I will say I actually am a big fan of lists like this. I do like that Alice is getting a little bit more love in terms of people really trying to break out and try these builds. Um, Now I think the biggest thing about this is like, does the deck necessarily have a way to kill super quickly? No. So you do have to kinda, like, drag the
So
game on a little ways, but it is, I think, a cool thing to see this champion getting love. I'm more partial to the Chessman version myself, but
that's
you know
that
what?
that version can finish out games. My problem with the Umbra version is your game plan is Vitae, go through your deck, recycle your deck, go through your deck, and Spirel is like the best win condition. I know in Fire at least you have some other things, but Jabberwocky? Is there a Spirel in this list? There
Not
is
in
no
this one.
Spirel in this list. So Jabberwocky and Bandersnatch. I guess at least there is ways to deal damage in this thing because a lot of them. There was an Umber Alice Eonats that me and Garrett both looked at it and were like, "This is a really cool deck," but the gentleman playing it had 1 zeros all day, so we were like, "Hey, cool, cool," but I'm not sure if I would like to watch this matchup. But this is more casual, so we are
Yeah.
going to see the matchup here. It's gonna be fun.
Oh,
I
yeah, for
just
sure.
love complaining. I'm just embracing the fact that I can
You've
complain a bit.
you've heard it here. The two things that Clem hates is Water Diana and the format as a whole. Stop
I
playing
like
decks. Just
I like the format. I don't like Atlas because at one time I saw an Atlas deck that was a Wind Atlas deck, and it genuinely did nothing but Spirel because it didn't have any single Spectre in it.
Are you talking
It
about the
had
one that ran nothing but cakes? And it was like nothing but cakes, and
Yes, it's
then
nothing but draw card, draw card, draw card, draw card, Spirel, draw card, draw card, draw card, go through the whole deck again, draw card, Spirel. Oh my gosh, that was
we
the worst thing I've ever seen.
I played that list 1 week at a local, and we called it Turbo Fog Alice because it's essentially kind of from
Yeah, I'm just
old
add negates
old
back to
MTG
0,
days.
man.
It was just like, "Hey, every turn, I'm gonna try to get some sort of nullification card in my hand, or you're gonna see Abnegation get played 5 or 6 times." One of the matches I played and when I was playing that list, I think I Abnegationed for, like, I think it was, like, 18, to prevent, like, when they were swinging for lethal for 1, and they're just like, "Yeah, cool, I guess." I guess that's an option you can do. And yeah, it was the same way. I think it
Yeah,
was like a best of 1 type deck, so but
the
I will say
trauma.
this one does look a little bit more focused on being able to pressure damage. It also the big thing about this is we are seeing level 3 Trifle Royalty. It's something that's kinda unique with a lot of people kind of didn't realize with Alice is it is Alice lineage, so you can go from Shadow
Mhm.
Alice level 2 to Trifle Royalty. Is a not necessarily you don't really need the Chessman allies, but if you're kind of sitting in a matchup where they're not dealing with the Chessman, or again they don't have a way to deal with the Chessman, and you're just in a long grindy game, you can use that as a way to draw more cards, get more influence, and kind of get closer to your win con rather than what we see with like the win where it's just like eventually I'm gonna mill the win con, but it might be a while.
You also you also do get a free 25 life and a free ally to cremate. So it's pretty
True.
good.
True.
Even without
Very
that,
true.
see? Who needs
Which
the chessman's irrelevant? Cremation ritual.
actually I don't even see cremation ritual in the deck, so we're not even doing
Never
that.
mind. Never mind. Cremate. I'm wrong. Cremation ritual is useless.
Yeah, the biggest thing is I think that gonna be for this matchup is the Tri-Castle because if we get to a level fast enough and we can resolve a Tri-Castle into our opponent, that can actually be a huge impact to Water Diana. So I think that's gonna be where the game plan stands, and we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this goes. So Snuggle and Rum will be on Fire Umbra Trifles Royalty Serene Alice.
That's a lot.
Just to put a lot of words in there, yep. And then Killer Fox is gonna be our Water Aether Ring Diana player. It's so hard to tell nowadays who goes first because both players' first turns usually is pass. Oh, and then Wraithguard is so good at this matchup.
This
It's
is
gonna,
one of your better openings for this matchup, for sure.
yep, because in your Killer Fox will not have a way to deal with this 0-2 until at least their second materialization. If they have the powers, not the power sword. If they have the power, the inner sword, yeah. If they have the inner sword and then into a cat, they could.
Also, talk about a real fast match. You said sometimes the game is just passed. We saw it very quick. Played the guard, passed it over, passed the pack, said pass, and then now we're Alice. And I think
Yep,
did we just
and
pass
mental.
again?
No.
Oh, we sacrificed the
There's a
allies. Yeah.
sacrifice, yeah. The 5 is not 5 buff canners on the Undying Wraith card. It is the ephemeral indicator. And there is the Ryle immediately from the Mantle of the Abyss. The main reason this deck is so good and playable now is the Mantle of the Abyss changes.
Oh, for sure. Turns out, being able to get a free Ryle the Abyss, pretty good.
Yeah, look at that.
I don't know why more decks don't play this card. So crazy.
Yeah, I also can't believe that this deck only plays one and it's only the generated version.
For anybody new,
Mm,
the card is normally banned, but because
yeah.
we are generating it off of a for Regalia, we do get around the ban of you can generate a ban card. You just cannot present a ban card. It's your initial.
Exactly. And there's a back step, so there's gonna be the level up from Killer Fox. Now, the banned card. Speaking of banned cards, you just cannot have banned cards in your main deck or sideboard. On your main board or sideboard, but you can generate them in like an Icebound Slam, which is also another cool little trick that we see with Regalia.
Nice way to give back the cards that were kind of intended for the champion that
Yeah.
unfortunately did get abused by things outside of just those champions.
Yep. Thank you, Proxy as well.
And we're seeing the Water Nana following up classic Prudent Knock following it up, it looks like.
Mm, and swinging.
Ooh.
Mm. Wait, yeah, Killer Fox glimpsed 4, because from he was attacking for 3 here, and then bam, 4 bottom and milled a cat, which is really painful. It is the worst mill, I think, in the deck.
I want to know what 4 cards you potentially see off Water Nana that you're like all 4 go to the bottom. Like there's
Not a
not
water
many
card,
cards
not
in yeah,
float.
there's not many cards in that deck that I'm willing to put everything to the bottom. So that is absolutely insane.
That's incredibly tough. I think it's painful to see, but not much you can do. Oniric Key.
Well,
Oh wow. Hmm.
theory, I don't think any of those cards were Frostborn Paladin. Or if they were, one of them was a Paladin.
Nah, I think it was all Frostborn Pals. What do you mean? No, Killer Fox is an honest player, but that is crazy. Using 3 Frostborns to impure Cerulean Decree is quite insane.
And stopping that Ryle from being able to get any potential value, so
Yeah, it's worth it. I would let my rival be negated so I can get them. Yeah, it's really unfortunate, but Unyielding Wraithguard is just so much value that you would much prefer to have that in on the board. Plus, yeah, your Ryle just goes back into your deck anyways. Thanks, Alice.
oh, and there was one of the scariest cards that Diana can potentially show you. With our Weaving Mana Stream.
Yeah,
Giving
I
ourselves
mean,
distant,
we're good.
and then anytime we use it for floating memory, we will, and specifically if we pay a memory cost with it, it will go back under the Aether Wing. So this is kind of one of those targets that if you're doing any type of graveyard hate, you essentially selective removal. This is going to be your critical piece in the deck because as long as this card keeps looping, you're essentially getting all your regalia for free while this
Yeah,
card is in the graveyard.
yeah. And I bet Killer Fox is going to be doing just that, playing a Charge the Soul, so that is one more float in the graveyard, for one of those 3 Frostborn Paladins in his hand. Clipsing another 3, because once again, swung in for 3. Yay! Refreshing Charge does have floating memory, so good for Killer Fox here. Finally milling a float.
Good option for one of those 3 paladins.
Yep. So, just so people aren't confused, Snuggler did shortcut here and immediately put the Unyielding Wraithguard into banishment before Killer Frogs had the ability to attack, but it was required to attack. Frostborn Paladin doesn't deal damage on enter. It's just Snuggler was very proactive in taking that Reef card off the board.
Could you imagine if it was draw a card, get a buff counter, and do damage when on enter? Like,
That would make an already really strong ally even more broken. This card was printed 3 years ago and it's still played in meta decks. If it had if it
original
had that
set
as
too.
well. Whew. Yeah.
And we are going right into Phantom Monarch, so getting access to Umbra. Be
Yeah.
aware that every time we play an advanced element, we are gonna take just a small 7 unpreventable. So
Yeah.
probably looking
It's
for a
okay.
curse real fast.
Yeah, so the real plan for a snuggling room here is to find a way to discard Maledictum Vitae and activate it from the graveyard. Because it's an ability and not a card activation. It just puts it on the bottom of Alice's lineage, which oh wait, is that a Maledictum Vitae? Yep. So that is exactly the card that the snuggling room was searching for. because they can activate the ability, put it on the bottom of their lineage, and then they will not have to take damage anymore because that will be a curse card in Snuggly Arms lineage. Oh, but
But
that is
unfortunately, there it
perfect
goes.
counter. Yep. Ooh, oh. Did Snuggling from have no cards in hand?
Yes, I think everything was down
But
when
that
it
is
happened.
unfortunate. That is really painful because another cool thing with it being an ability is that you can activate it at fast speed. So Snuggling Rum could have paid 2 to put it on the bottom of their graveyard by banishing another card. Unfortunately, not like this.
Yep, and here we are. Unfortunately, the engines are now running 100%, so potentially a lot of damage now being able to come in and going from essentially no damage on our champion to pretty much already at the halfway point. Now, it is Shadow Alice, so potentially we could just follow this up with an abnegation and be pretty safe. But before that,
But
we do need to get that curse.
yes, if you play abnegation here, you end up recovering 1, which is not an abnegation. Recovering 1 is not the greatest value. Oh, that is amazing from Peter Fox. Getting to acquiescing or frozen dismissal the unyielding Wraithguard here.
Which man, this as we said, once the deck gets to start seeing the glimpses and it starts to be able to draw what it wants, it is a very well-oiled machine. It in that exact even with Wraithguard, even though
Yep.
Wraithguard is blocking, it does not stop us from looking at the top 4 to 5 cards every time.
Yeah. Damn, if Snuggly Rum didn't pay for that Onira key, the game would look so different right now. It's painful.
And it looks like we are, from what I can tell, it looks like we are going with the concede. Are we just popping a prize card on stream? Is it just like
I think so. I
what's
think that
happening
is
right now?
game. Yeah, Game are going to Killer Fox here, and to celebrate that is he is going to open Solidifying
What
Lantern.
is happening right now? Put that away.
He just won his store champs. Looking at the card, congrats to him, but holy moly! All right, time for game 2. Do you want to go into? Do you want to look at the sideboards NEETfull after that?
Is there a mirror in this sideboard? Is that the only reason this is happening right now? Like that's what I'm about to see.
No, there's only a lantern in the sideboard actually. So it's even funnier. Well, what do you think comes in here? Hmm.
I mean, we can start with the Kidder Fox side because I think that is probably the most like the
Straightforward.
obvious point, straightforward. In terms of this, in this matchup, realistically, I think if you can resolve Snow White at the right time, Snow White is potentially a very strong card. It's matchup, especially any deck that goes past level 1,
Hmm.
can be a very nice way of you're not necessarily keeping them there like we see other decks do with like Freezing Hail, but just being able to resolve it and keep that tempo off and keep them from gaining any life on leveling up is very, very strong here. Um, Potentially the the Drown Eighth are probably not worth it in this, so maybe. Oh, we just
Yeah.
okay. So
Damn.
we did get confirmation. So the round will go to at least that game will go to Stogorom. Turns out Kidder Fox realized as they were shuffled up, Kidder Fox presented a 58 card deck. Kidder Fox called himself on it and was like, "Hey, I realize now I presented 58 cards, not the full 60." So I'm pretty sure that is a game loss, and yes, it is. So it
Yeah.
will, in a twist of fate, we are gonna go to game
It's
2
yeah.
with
It's
Stogorom
even
taking game 1.
It's even crazier when you remember to de-sideboard, but you forget to put the cards back in. That is the most you got halfway there and then fell short on the last second is a really sad realization when you're going to sideboard and you're like, oh no, I didn't put my cards back.
Which I will say is something that's really cool. I think I don't see in a lot of other card games, but in Grand Archive, there's a lot of players that will know if they notice a mistake like that, where it would be very easy for us not to even realize and your opponent not to realize, but calling yourself on it, be like, no, 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 I realize I cheated. I'm
Yep.
sorry, my bad. You got it. Let's do this again.
Yeah.
Which, man, more respect to that because that is something you don't see a lot in card games, and it's really cool to see just in Grand Archive. Just a lot of the sportsmanship is there. It's just a lot of us here to play Grand Archive. We love the game. No reason to be shady or cheeky about it.
Yeah. Well, wins also don't feel as good if they are unfair, and a 58 card deck is actually on the level of unfair. Is that a Nether Dodo Bird? The best
That
card in Grand Archive?
that is Nether Dodo Bird. Uh, I will say it's a card in Grand Archive.
Okay, you're right. Queen Cinderhog exists, and Nether Dodo Bird could never be Queen Cinderhog.
Can we get the Clem tier list of cards in Grand Archive?
Cheerful Slime is number one.
Well, obviously, like that's
Yeah.
it's what is it? 3 cost comes in and you get the crowd's favor. Yeah, easily best card.
Yep.
I don't got to give you anything. Instead, I just you get to see a smiley slime, and the crowd loves me.
It's like it's way too cute. I love it so much. But you know what I love even more? Actual games of Grand Archive.
And Water Diana.
Pantheon and Water Diana. Look at that beautiful backstep into Level Up, into Aqua Mirage Whisper, into Aetheric Calibration. Unfortunately, banished an Undercurrent Vantage, but you know what? We'll take the tiny losses. I, I remember when people first started playing Water Diana, I couldn't tell the cards apart. But because everyone is playing this deck, I see it four
You're an
times
expert
a
now.
week. I can finally recognize what the Aether Charges look like.
Yeah, and of course, a lot just happened. A lot of setting up the Aether Charge. We already saw the glimpse off the Etheric Calibration, so a lot of that was already set up.
Yep.
Milling a floating memory as well. So it kind of looks like we are off to the races. And if this is a paladin or potentially
1, 2.
a crusty archer,
Cheshire
ooh,
Cat. Unfortunately, that will not eat up the float like you were almost predicting. But you know what? It's good enough. A Spell Shroud Stealth that's going to be a 3/3 next turn, I will say. That is.
yeah, pretty good. Also, the potential of there's a chance if we have an out here, we could also just and our opponent doesn't have anything in response. There's a chance we could just see strides come out here, and that would be potentially a +8 already
Yeah.
off the cat and the
Remnant
strides itself.
Remnant of Will, I believe, banished for the level up. Or Snuggling Run.
It does look so. Oh, and a little correction on the life total there. We forgot the cat did poke us.
The cat is the mosquito of this game right now.
Songron is turning the best card in Grand Archive sideways.
A good card. It's a good card. Nether Dodo Bird
Oh, and
is
that's Bill.
spooky. Alright, Bill is even scarier. I take it back. Bill, best card. Some people like to call me Bill, so I think I have to be biased. Really, really cool here. Bill sacrificing the Dodo Bird, so clearly he is the superior card here.
Going to end, resolving that Phasmagoria, putting
Mm,
card to the bottom and getting 3 more cards there.
boom, boom. Yep.
And we're gonna
Bill
play it
is
safe.
a 4/3. It's scarier than a Cheshire cat.
And we are playing it safe, and we are going ahead and
Yeah.
getting that flash grenade, which is a nice way to be
Yeah.
able to stop a potential big swing.
It's definitely needed here. The tides turned quite fast with the bill hitting the board for Killer Fox.
Now the question is,
Mm,
Diana going at Bill, or are we going at the? Nope, we're gonna
going to
go face.
face.
Makes me think we have
Yeah.
we're flash grenade for safety net, and then potentially
Yeah.
going for lethal next turn.
Yeah, because Killer Fox was not distant this turn, so definitely keeping their distant enabler for the flash grenade, like you said.
And on top of that, there's the weaving mana stream. Just got milled, so
Mhm.
that is very, very, very close to potential lethal next turn.
Really comfy for Killer Fox. A Lyric Key coming out again, putting that haunt counter on Snuggling Rum's Phantasmagoria.
This is where we definitely need the safety net out here. Potentially
Yeah.
one or two allies to get in the way.
Yeah. But do note that Snuggling Rum is also not. Is that a Grave Got to?
Yes, bless you.
Yes. Bonnie will be in the comments correcting me if I'm wrong on the pronunciation. Sagaram is not level 2 yet, so there is no abnegation available. Killer Fox does have a chance to just go for lethal here.
Yep, I would not be shocked if we are going to potentially go for the lethal line. Um,
Same.
especially with us having distant already enabled. We have we have the option to make the strides and be able to load the Aether Wing. Yep, here.
There is the shrines. Alright. This is going to be the lethal turn, depending on what Snuggling Rum has. He has 3 cards in hand, but only level 1. Their calibration, another one. Scooter Fox bottoming all 4. Gambling Tactical Retreat. That is not the card that he was looking for there.
I think with the bow, if I'm right, I think we already have 12 damage
Prudent
with
Knock.
both boots
Yeah, I think
because of the
so.
distance. And I think now we are one over. Well, technically not lethal yet because we do have Serene on the rum
Yes.
side. So we do need 6 more to end that game. Yep, sacrificing the cat. Uh, anybody who might be new to what this deck we have
Why
may,
is
may
the
not
cat
know.
sacrifice needful?
Yeah, so anybody who might be new watching to see like what did the cat just die? Uh, big thing about Cheshire Cat is it will inherit all of the activated abilities of Distortion Regalia you control. The we keep calling the strides. The strides are a Distortion Regalia, so they have the effect of banish target unit gains range 4. So because of that, Cheshire Cat also has sacrifice target unit gets range 4, essentially letting us get theoretically this turn range 8 and getting us +8 because we are already distant. And we're
Take
just kind of
him.
rubbing it in a little bit more. We're also getting +4 again off a take aim, so I'm pretty sure this is a little bit beyond lethal.
12 plus 1, 13 plus 4. It's 17?
Yep,
17
17.
damage. That's exactly lethal.
Even through a Serene release, that is exactly the number we want to see.
Yeah, so, and also the good thing about being distant is that it lasts until the end of your turn. So because Killer Fox played the backstep on Snuggling Rum's turn, they still were distant until their own end step.
Yeah. Essentially, that's one thing whether you hate it or love it, one really cool interaction with playing
Yeah.
Diana is you do get to use a lot of your distinct enablers as defensive pieces on your opponent's turn, and then going back to yours, be able to essentially retaliate back with damage. So it's a kind of a really nice in the ranger style of essentially dodge the attack coming in and then
Yeah.
counterattack when that opening happens,
Yep.
kind of giving you that nice, cool RPG ranger type aesthetic to the channel, which I think is really cool for the
Yeah.
design of the current
Also
Ranger.
gives a lot of flavor to the card backstep
Yeah,
because you step back, prevent 3 damage from all the attacks, and then you just shoot your gunbow aether wing thingy at your
just like
opponent.
any good Souls player, backstep and retaliate. Now, if it's Souls, you probably backstep and still get hit by some random attack coming off the screen. But hey, you know what? This is Grand Archive. Doesn't happen that badly.
Yep. This is a bit less dramatic as well. You have to use your imagination. Snuggling Rum just showing their Ryle to be like, yeah, I took the card out of my deck. Because it's really important to not only don't forget to put your cards that you sideboarded out back in, but also to take out your generated cards between games.
Yeah. And big thing, big rule in case anybody will be, if you are going to be playing any bigger events or anything like that, generated cards do need to be in the same sleeve as your main deck. So you do need to be extra careful when you do shuffle back up. Because there are instances during the game where potentially those cards generated could get shuffled back into the deck during the game. So just be aware. You do have to sleeve them in the same sleeve, but be mindful of when you go to the next round to do that, because I have seen way too many game losses from either
Yeah.
Siryu or uh any or potentially other.
Nico
Yeah.
or old Diana. Yeah, there's so many little things you have to remember between games and between rounds in Grand Archive that it's honestly a very forgivable offense if you forget a thing or two. It's not it's not easy to keep track of everything.
Yeah, it is a very, a very, a very specific thing you do have to watch out for, which just kind of getting in the habit of like having your kind of, I would say, in between game ritual is probably most players will tell you is like have something you always do and get in the habit of doing that every single time. And it becomes a little bit
Yeah.
easier.
Yeah. Oh, Snuggling Room has the perfect round one, turn one again with Unyielding Wraith card. It's you love to see that. It's exactly what you want in this matchup. Let's see. Phantasmagoria leveling up on Snuggling side. Now, once again, you may think that Kidder Fox is not doing much, but don't forget that this is Water Diana. They're gonna be distant and do everything next turn.
Yep, and it's a lot of what you'll see with this deck, and one of the big strategies that the result way this deck works out so well is because you are playing on your opponent's turn a lot of the time, getting ranged, interacting with your opponent. You, in a weird sense, you almost play double turns. Is the best way to put it. Which kind of gives you a lot of value and a lot of ways to answer the board. And yep, following it up with the Frostbind again, as we talked about earlier today. It's one thing water does very well is that it punishes the greed. So it's one matchup you have to be a little bit scared of in that regard. But sometimes most of these lists only play one or two frostbinds. So you know what? Throw it out there.
Yeah,
Make them have it.
and if their opponent pays 2, you're still happy because it's -2 cards in their hand. Oh, yep, there is the Diana now. In response to the materialization, Kidder Fox is just gonna backstep draw a card so that when Diana enters, she is already distant.
Yep.
Oh, and has enough cards to Aether Calibration as well. Yeah, this is the dream.
Well, we got to go in
Frostball.
4. So if we see all 4 go to the bottom, because we've seen the really bad, well, we're kind of choosing. So it does not seem like we're going to pitch all to the bottom and hope and pray.
One bottom, 3 top. Yep,
That is
getting a charge
terrifying.
assault. Okay, yeah, that's Kidder Fox is living the Diana dream right now.
Yeah, this is what you want to see is once the gears start turning and everything lines up for what you want, this is where you want to be. And we are committing a lot here. Doing charge assault looks like
Yeah.
we are choosing to do one to the Wraith Guard.
Maybe there's another charge to soul in hand, and then a yeah
Or
something.
pot- or
Something.
I'm thinking potentially a cat.
True. As Archer
Ooh,
works.
Crusty Archer.
Yeah, there is no floating Killer Fox's graveyard, so the 1 damage is still gonna take the Wraithguard out. Make it ephemeral. Killer Fox still having to kill it? Oh, wait, no! In response to the attack of Crystalline Archer. Was it in
Uh,
response to the attack?
yes. So what we did
Okay.
here is before our opponent got priority to uh choose to intercept with the Wraith Guard, what we chose to do was to play a second Charge of Soul, also targeting the Wraith Guard, so Wraith Guard takes second damage, dies, triggers Ethereal, comes back. Then what we're gonna
Mm,
do is we resolve the attack trigger, so that way we can banish the floating to get the plus attack. And so this way we now leave our opponent a situation of you can now intercept the Wraith Guard.
no, but the Wraithguard. So the Wraithguard has taunt, and if you attack with the Crystalline Archer, you're already selecting it as the
Oh, it
target
does
for
not
your
intercept.
attack.
You are correct.
Yeah. So as if you charge the Solit, the attack, the target of the attack dies, right, and becomes ephemeral. But that is a new Wraithguard because it died and came back from the grave.
Yes, but the attack would also end though, too. So
Yes, yes. So it's just losing a value if you're doing it.
yeah, so
Okay, so
we did a gentleman's rewind. We essentially just killed it and then swung and did it. So worked out the same just because of how that ruling worked. These players kind of agreed, like, hey, let's just rewind it. It's gonna be the same thing. So we were doing the charges hole before the attack, so that way we still resolve the same way. If it was an intercept, we could do the other way, but
yep. So yeah, they rerounded and charged the soul before the Crystalline attack. So their own attack resolved, and the Wraithguard dies. It's really hard to min max your timing because you don't want your opponent to have too much interaction, but you also need to be aware of these tiny differences on when you do things.
yep, and of
Ooh.
course, like always, building another floating memory. So this is getting
Diana
worse
being
and worse.
Diana. Yep. On underground manage is also what you want if you have an archer on board, crystalline archer on board. All right, Snuggling I'm leveling up here. So surely they'll have the Maledictum Vitae here. Yep, there, there it is. Wait, no, it's not. That's the other one. It's Perfected Light. It's still a curse, but you do have to take 7 damage just for activating it.
Yep, you will take so you'll take one extra here because it does part of the resolution of reflective light. You'll take one
Yes,
for returning
yes.
the card. So, which Diana's
But
not going to
now,
say no to you doing that much damage to
12
yourself.
damage? Yeah, it's exactly 1 abnegation, but you still have to play that 1 abnegation. Ooh, oh, this is game over. Yeah, Stunline Rob only has 1 card in hand, I believe. And Kidder Fox has the strides on board.
Which we can also big thing about strides is target ranger unit. So we
Yep.
can give our crusty archer an additional range 4 because range does stack. So we're choosing
Yeah.
not to though. So it makes me think we have another way just to close this out.
Yeah, either another way to close it out or no way to close it out this turn. We might just see Kidder Fox pass here. Ah, it seems that they did. All cards in hand. Curious.
Oh, we're counting though.
Oh. Oh, or maybe they didn't pass? Okay, now they passed for sure.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is they didn't have enough. They have enough to present lethal this turn, just probably not enough to present through a serene. Because you would need at this point, yeah, you would need an extra 6 damage. You need 12 damage, and probably not happening this turn. Which
Yeah,
makes you think when
Dougal.
we were oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just saying Dougal Seal is not a card you see often played, but it is so good in Alice because you can materialize it at level 2.
Yeah, and it's a very it's better it's the exalted better version of Terra
Yep.
Ring. So it's like, paying the difference between paying 2 and paying 3 to attack is actually night and day, especially as somebody who has been on the receiving end in this matchup, having to play through that, having to pay 3 to go in with an attack essentially just likely means you're probably not ending the game that turn. That being said, we're getting distant, so we might be able to
Mhm.
just go for it here. Because sometimes Diana just needs one attack to do 12.
Yeah, but he also true. Killer Fox also has enough cards in hand to load up some ether charges. Quick step treads, allowing a card draw on enter, leaving mana stream immediately loading into the Aether Ring. Prudent not to draw another card.
Yeah. Also, very big thing here because I believe we only have. I'm not sure how many. Do we have 5 in hand or we have 4?
Yeah, I have more. We have like 6 in hand.
Okay, so we do have enough to potentially still play Abnegation through the quick step treads.
Oh
But I'm a
wait,
little.
I think it's 5 in hand actually, unless I'm wrong. Counting is hard. I am for sure wrong. It's not 6. 1, 2, 3. You know what? Negation I think is possible.
Yeah, Abnegation is possible, but not safely through interaction. So that's a little bit shocked we didn't
Mm-hmm.
do it in response to the quick step threads. But with us having to put 3 cards down to attack, I'd probably a little bit safer. And we're counting the damage. With the distant enabled, I believe that should be 8 on board right now with Diana alone.
Who take it? Wait, it's just pass? Take it to the afterlife?
Yeah, we're just passing. We didn't see lethal yet. Not enough to pay. So we had enough to pay the cat. We didn't have enough to pay cat and swing, I believe.
But next turn it's a guaranteed game over.
Oh no, we did have enough to pay through. I think we just want to play it safe in case there was the potential abnegation. Ticket is a good way to bring that life total back down from the damage
Yeah,
we're
it's a
taking.
really comfy play for snuggling around. Better than leveling up because they keep their influence, at least.
We're likely digging for a Remnant's Will to try to heal here. We're not seeing it.
Don't know. It's the biggest downside of Alice. It's so good, but Phantasmagoria makes life hard.
Sometimes you don't see what you need when it unfortunately happens. And it looks like it
Yep,
might be a pass back over, potentially.
seems so. It seems that there was no Phantasmagoria activation. It's so hard because you have to put all cards on the bottom of your deck for the mastery.
Putting down
And
playing the sword means cat will be swinging in for 3 more.
okay, for 3. Is there wait, I don't think Kitterfox has any floating grave. Never mind, I take it back. Now there is a viewing mana stream. So potentially that Crystalline Archer could be the one swinging in for 12.
It looks very likely. Now, I would be a little bit scared with this swinging in for 12 because there is potential that if we can just answer that archer attack
Mm-hmm.
with removal, a little
And
bit riskier, but
allies are easier to remove than champions.
turns out, yeah.
Crazy thoughts here. Yeah, alright. Swing in on attack, draw a card. No trips. Just swinging in for. Oh my god, what does Gitterfox have in hand? Definitely playing it safe. Definitely going the safe route. Oh, another archer, but no float. Wait, do they have? They have one more VM on the stream.
I think we're trying to get our opponent to potentially play the abnegation and get
Or
it out of the
yeah,
way. Yeah.
1, 2. Yep. Wait,
No, that is not a.
that's
That is
not
lost
abnegation. It's
promises.
lost promises. That's yeah. That is the best way to take care of the archer, and that would mean that Kidder Fox doesn't get the trigger either. So no drawing a card. Let's see. Kidder Fox being like, how much? How many cards in hand? And I think Snuggling Rum has exactly 2, so I was wrong, and they had 4 cards in hand.
I believe the archer, if it did target the archer, I think the archer should. The archer only has 2 health, right?
Yep, should die, and
Yeah. Yeah.
the combat phase will end. I believe the Snuggling Rum was also as Kidder Fox was asking how much life does Alice have?
Yeah.
Snuggling
And
Rum
I
can
did
give.
forget as well, Alice Lineage Release level 1 does also heal, so that is another
True.
reason why.
There's so much recovery in Alice. You're bringing up my Wind Alice trauma here. Yeah, Kidder Fox not being able to end this game on the Ducal Seal turn is really coming back to hurt him with Alice being able to recover so much.
It looks like we are going to make the Ryle.
Paying. And there's the Ryle. Pre-rec. So, okay, I was right. He did have 5 or a couple turns ago. But let's see what Snuggling Rum decides to do. And this is when we get into the slow, kind of painful part of the deck. With Kidder Fox's 0 damage counters and Snuggling Rum seemingly being able to survive an atomic bomb if Kidder Fox were to throw that at him.
And we're seeing the
Ryle.
main phase Ryle.
Yep. Ooh. Ooh. Yep. Seeing 2 specters is really good with Ryle. All of the cards featuring Losser, but there is no Losser in the deck. He is just the overseer. You know, he's pulling the strings in the background.
It makes sense we're doing the raw main phase because we do have to play into the boots, so paying for 3 versus 5 does feel a lot better.
Yep.
Now, it does mean if we do pass it over to Kidder Fox here, we could potentially make. No, we could make the second sword, so Cat is coming in for 5. So
Yeah, I mean, surely, because with the Mew Monastery in your graveyard, you're just gonna get the Palvert. There it is, which
yeah,
also
there's Power
means
Sword.
that Snuggling Rum will be able to have a free mill 5 at the beginning of his next turn. End of his next turn, not the beginning. Fun fact, Losser is also featured on Power Sword.
Ooh, we're imbuing the slip away.
Alright.
But I think we are going to follow it up. Yeah, there
There's
we
the
go.
Cerulean. Cannot pay for that. And alright, that is game
And he's-
going to Kidder Fox.
He's showing
Once
another
again,
paladin.
having
Oh my
3
gosh.
paladins. I don't think was it this game where it wasn't this game where he imbued with 3 paladins.
Yes, it was game 1.
Yeah, he saw 3 paladins for the second time.
Well, he saw 3 paladins off a 58 card deck, so that nullifies everything.
Okay, okay, yeah, true.
Well, congratulations to get a Kidder Fox taken down round 3, going in 3-0 into the final round. Yeah, it is again, it is one of those things where it's unfortunately Fire Alice is showing some results now, but I think the biggest problem is like always, fire suffers quite a bit into water if you do not get um that plus one option to be able to get ahead of your opponent. And then of course with Diana is once the one attack lands, the rest of the game plan is just pretty much quite literally laid out for them.
Yep. That is that is really tough as well, because I think that Alice is one of those decks that even good players would struggle playing, because especially into Diana, because Diana's pretty straightforward. We talked about this. We talked about our dislike for Diana. But
Yeah.
Alice has, because the win condition is not as straightforward, like you said, there's the path is laid out for them in a way where you survive, you recover, but victory is not visible until all of a sudden it is.
Yeah. Yeah. It is such a crazy such a crazy deck right now in terms of looking at Water Diana. It is like again, I don't necessarily say the deck is overpowered. I just think the deck is very, very consistent. And I think a lot of people kind of mix up a deck being too powerful with this being consistently doing what it needs to. Now,
Yep.
that being said, as somebody who maybe you're building in and you're wondering going to Store Championships, what do I do against this? A good example of looking at this is looking at what Caban did going into the EU
Yes.
Nats, where he brought a water ally list that was very geared to dealing with those very, very problematic issues that Diana does have. Diana does suffer into when you reduce Diana's attack and you say, hey, here is a -3 attack to that. Cool, you're only going to see 1 or 2 cards. Much harder to set up your strategy when you're seeing 1 versus 5 in those situations, or you're ending the combat phase. You're forcing your opponent to essentially not be able to make certain regalia because you're going to fracturize them. So there is weaknesses to the deck. You just have to unfortunately play a little bit different into Diana. You have to disrupt their potential setups, and then once you do that, the deck is much harder to play. Unfortunately, when you're fire, it's a lot harder to do.
Yeah. And even just to put it out there, even with Capen's deck, it's not an obvious you just win. Because, for example, and Caben mentioned this himself, so I'm not flaming him for no reason. If you watch this newest TCG podcast with Main Big Dan, he says that he played awfully in his stream game. He just did things in his stream against his first stream game against Sebastian. He played Frostbind for no reason, and he misplayed. So there is a way to lose even then, but the odds are in your favor, and it's definitely possible to win against Diana. Diana is just the most 15 playset deck that we have in Grand Archive to this day, like right now as well. And just looking at Kidder Fox's list, there are 5 cards that are not a full playset, and 2 of them are 3 ofs,
Yeah.
and the rest are 2 ofs. Yeah. So it's really just these cards do the same thing. Like half the deck does one thing, the other half of the deck does the other thing. And it's just incredibly consistent, like you said. That is like
Yeah.
the biggest problem with it. Which is at the same time not really a problem, because that's what the deck should be, right?
Yeah. I
It's
mean,
just
that's
definitely annoying.
there's other decks in the format. Unfortunately, they're not as fast as Diana, but there's other decks in the format which are very, very similar to that regard, where they're very consistent in what they do. Fire Merlin is a good example. The deck is very, very
Hmm.
good at playing a very specific tempo turn, where you have a very set of like 12 cards that you're going to play on turn 1. You have 12 cards you're going to play on turn 2, and you have 12 cards you're going to play on turn 3. That's essentially how most of Merlin works. And then, of course, those last 8 cards are generally your kill pieces like fireballs and things like that. So this isn't something that we say like it's new. Is this the first deck Grand Arc has had that is very
Yeah.
consistent? No, it has happened before. It is we've seen the decks before that do that. This is just one that people are seeing more in the forefront because the deck is very fast. So there is a lot of these level 3 decks that do the same thing that aren't necessarily as fast. Um,
Yep.
in that regard. So again, I don't want to. In case you're out there and you're doom and gloom that Water Diana, like you're grabbing your pitchfork and you're about to go burn down whatever to say like get rid of strides. It's again, we're in a very, I think realistically, we're in a very healthy spot.
Yeah.
I would not mind if strides goes. I don't get me wrong. If strides went, I think there are some cool things that you can potentially now do. There's a lot of decks that come back into the format because you can be a little greedy with not having to worry about strides. But I do think it is right now. It's kind of a nice way to, uh, as well potentially stop Jin because I think if we get rid of strides, Jin becomes a legitimate problem in the format. To be
I
honest.
agree. Yes. It's hard because like the best cards against Jin would be that fire Aether Charge that says your opponent can recover, basically.
Yep.
Fiery Interference in Morgan. And even that doesn't win you the game because all of those can be dealt with quite easily in Water Jin.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing when it comes to water gen because those decks because the deck has it does two things very well. It recovers a lot of life and it also heals. And the problem is with Jin, you cannot push him past a certain threshold because he'll just most likely say enrage kill you.
Mhm.
You or sometimes he even just says outburst kill you. There's a lot of things that he can do to just say, hey, I'm gonna end the game. Or he's just gonna mill you out. So you have to kind of find this thing of you need to kill him fast, or you need to be able to kill him fast at the end of his turn. Which is a lot of decks can't fall into. Now there are I'm not gonna say doom and gloom. There are not some ways to take it down. Um, I know I saw some one deck actually out of a Reese's Store Championship that took it down was a Water Chessman Alice. And the reason it won one of its matches of Jin is because it had Golden
I would be
Checkmate
proud.
in the deck. And it essentially just
Holy
set it up.
moly.
Yeah, so it set up Golden Checkmate because the deck doesn't kill allies very easily. So he just kind of set up enough allies and said, I'm gonna checkmate for 7 with enough cards in hand to just pay through anything you want to try to stop me with, or be able to interact with you and negate your engulf and say, hey, checkmate. When it gets back to my turn, I win. You've only taken like 5 damage now. You can't kill me on your turn. So sorry.
It's it's very similar to Quest playing Pouvoir one mainboard copy of Pouvoir Absolute in his deck. It's just a card that's like if you're in a really bad spot, it wins you the game.
I mean, yeah, that was back when we had to deal with when Slimes had to deal with Gembu. One of the ways we dealt with it was just like we put Tabula Salvage. So if they mill us out and say, good luck, we go, okay, here's 4 Storm Slimes on the top of our deck. Sorry.
Look, I'm really excited because we're getting the Jin Tabula, and I play Tabula in Pantheon because my gosh, it's annoying. So okay, I know we derail every time you and I are here. We derail it to Pantheon, but Sylvia's not in the best spot in the metagame right now. So
In the
I
Pantheon
gotta.
metagame.
Now the Pantheon metagame is fine, but what I realized is that so many people like people when other people are not having fun that you have to you have to play anti fun pieces, which also end up being anti fun pieces because people are mean, and that's crazy. And those are the people that also love to play Water Gin, that love to play Wind Atlas, that love to play all of these decks that make you sit at the table for 65 minutes guaranteed.
I mean, I can't talk. One of my Pantheon decks that I have now is just water. It's Water Chessman Alice, but I call it Chessman by
Mhm.
proxy because the whole point of the deck is it's every +1 that I could think of. That lets essentially go +1 influence, and its control
You're
pieces is
playing
all.
Innervate Knowledge?
And so yeah, Venerate Knowledge. I'm playing because it's Pantheon. I don't have I'm playing I'm playing the Sacrifice the Divine Relic to draw a card. I just stupid stuff like that. And then the whole goal is to get like a 20-30 card influence and say I'm gonna play checkmate with like 50 ways to protect myself. And then the rest I'm essentially for one turn, I want to be arch enemy. Essentially, you have 1 turn to kill me or I win.
I guess yeah,
It's a
it
wacky
works.
list.
It's goofy.
It's goofy, it's fun. I let Savato borrow it while we were in LA or not LA, but in Vegas to play during one, and he goes, "This is the weirdest Pantheon deck I've ever played," but he goes, "I don't hate it."
Damn. I think any card that just says you win the game is probably a silly fun Pantheon card.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we're seeing checkmate kind of pop up from time to time in the format,
Yeah,
and I think
in oblation decks.
yeah, in Oblation. Which hey, I mean, to be fair, with I'll be honest, Caven's list kind of inspired me to potentially give Water Chessman another go into this meta, see if I can do something with that. I don't know if it will, but hey, you know
Cam
what?
is so proud of you right now. No one has ever heard you speak this much about Chessman. It's like you're trying to like butter him up and be like, "Hey Cam, put
I mean,
in a
I'll
good word or two for me."
listen, one of my other favorite decks is actually the Chessman list, but it's like it's weird because like the Chessman list came out missing what feels like a lot of pieces to make it really, really strong. Versus like when Slimes came out, it just kind of like the deck kind of hit the table as a fully fledged art essentially tribe. Maybe the best way to put it. Just saying every slime supports the other slimes, and then the whole deck essentially accidentally falls into oops here storm slime. Uh
I
and
want
we
I
win.
want Storm Slime to look at all slimes and all banishments so that if it's a mirror, that your slime buffs my slime, and then it's really fun and silly.
That would make that mirror match the most miserable mirror match possible. Neither
That would
player
make
wants
it
to
so
banish.
fun. It would make it so fun. It would make it so fun because you're just swinging.
Oh gosh. No, I think it is a very kind of weird situation where I think right now I think Alice is missing just both versions, both the Shadow Alice and the Chessman Alice. I think they're missing just like one critical piece to really push that deck over the edge and kind of let it be a very very meta defining list. Um and I think it's like we're again, I don't know necessarily what it'd be for Chessman because I don't think it's another command that would put it there. I think it's just like we need one more Chessman ally. Maybe actually, you know what? I think it's a good king. We need a good king ally. I'm just gonna say it.
It's crazy. You don't like Hunt?
I do not.
A Hunt hater, guys. I can't believe NEETfull is a Hunt hater.
Listen, if it was like if some of the options were a little bit more tweaked in a way that
Mm-hmm.
you only needed to have one of those conditioned to pick one of the three, I think it'd be a lot more fluid of a card to play, but the fact you have to choose certain things where a knight has to get this effect, a rook has to get this effect, or you need specifically, I think with the last one was a bishop to get, I think, the draw. I think it's just too difficult to try to hit certain ones at the certain times. That kind of pushes him in a very weird, awkward spot in the list. But that being
It's
said, you
fair.
have Water has some of the craziest chessman cards because you've got Snow White with being able to the queen piece. Uh you've got Lily filling that rook slot with an absolute crazy card, and then of course you've got the bishop that says as long as I have a pawn, it's stealth. So it's like there. I
Yeah,
mean, it's
you know
almost
what?
there. It's almost there.
Fair enough. You make some good points.
Listen, Weebs, if you're gonna reveal the last piece of the chessman card, let me do it. Let me do the reveal. I want
Where's your
to.
channel, NEETfull? Where's Ordinary Bear's YouTube channel, huh?
I think we have one. Is we don't upload. That's the
I,
problem.
I remember after First Worlds, you guys did have one. I remember
Yeah.
talking to Glass about it.
Yeah, I think it's just the upkeep time is the hardest thing, but yeah, who knows? We could try to bring it back.
Mm-hmm.
There's more time now.
Bring back, bring back the thing.
The Team Ordinary Bear channel. We'll bring it back with lore too. Don't worry.
Good. Do like it's just you guys sit down with like a big like IKEA bear and just do campfire and theorize about Grand Archive lore. That's your content idea right there. Take it and make it and run with it. You better get into the guild with that.
Listen, we have to build a set now. It's going to be a bit like just like in the middle of the woods.
You're in Dallas. You just do it outside. It's warm enough to do it outside.
Oh no, we're in Dallas. Everything wants to kill us out here, so including the
You're
sun.
not in Australia. Just do it at night.
That's worse.
Do it at night and have one of those little mosquito swirly thingies that you burn. And once
Just like
that burns,
mosquitoes.
the episode ends. Doesn't matter if you're mid-sentence, it ends immediately.
We'll live stream every podcast, and the podcast ends when the internet cuts out.
True.
Once the cloud gets in the way of the satellite, we're done.
See?
Well,
See?
now we're on to something. Now I know what content we're making. Well, it looks like we are about to be at the end of regulation, or overtime is about to just start. So I think we'll go ahead and we will send it to a quick break, so we have time to swap over things. Let you be able to get some sleep, because I believe this would be your last round for the night. So uh, we'll go ahead and start getting things up. Because you are heading off. Anything last words you want to say? Anything you want to let everybody know before we move to round
Subscribe to
4?
Team Ordinary Bears and pressure them into making the Team Ordinary Bear Campfire podcast. Thanks. That's all.
That's fair. That's fair. Not even Serene, but don't even subscribe to Serene
Oh,
Balance. Just
subscribe to
move on.
Serene Balance, but that's a given. That's like a basic. Yeah, I expect people to already know that.
Well, I think that'll do it. So we'll be back here pretty soon with round 4. We'll see who will be crowned champion, bringing home an extra box of RDO. So we'll be back here in a bit. So do not go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, and get ready as we are about to go into the final round, round 4 of this weekly tonight. And of course, joining me again, Chikaplu. Welcome back. Are you ready to watch some great Grand Archive to wrap up the night here?
I am so excited. I've actually never been more excited to watch Great Archive than I am in this moment right now to watch it with you.
Aww.
We're in for a good show. Uh,
Listen, it has been a night of Grand Archive so far, is to say the least. We have seen a lot of new decks go up against kind of the tried and true that we've seen in the meta. I think unfortunately we have seen the tried and the true list unfortunately be the ones to still kind of hold their throne. But who knows? Maybe we see an upset. Maybe we see something new going this last round.
yeah, well, they are tried and true for a reason. Those decks have sort of cemented themselves as being classic GA decks, and classic they shall remain with their classic performances against maybe the more roguish options. So yeah, but I hear we're in for a good one in this last round. I guess you could sort of consider it meta after a strong showing at NA Nats a couple weeks ago. But it has certainly fallen off a cliff, I'd say, as far as popularity goes. And we were sort of talking about this in between some of the rounds before, just because it is one of those decks that takes a while to finish your games. But we are going to go ahead and see a very talented player, ZTR God, main deck Mitch, on Fortuitous Water, Dynastic Whirlpool Jin. How
Yep.
exciting.
And of course, going up against another classic for the meta, and that is going to be One Eyed Owl piloting the Fire QCL. So both decks kind of vary, kind of especially after after kind of the more recent events. Both have proven they are still pretty decent decks into this meta. They do still suffer quite a bit into certain matchups. But that being said, I mean both these decks are playing for this coveted 4-0 spot for a very, very, very good reason. They have done well the entire night, and they are going to square off to see who is going to be the one to go undefeated. And I will say, when it comes down to this matchup, I unfortunately think that I think Watermill Jin, this is kind of one of the matchups that they want to see here
Yeah,
because it
no,
is.
I for sure agree. I think if you're playing a mill deck, you certainly are happy when your opponent is helping you out. And fire, sort of by very nature, has to be drawing and discarding and cycling to get value. And also, CL, by his very nature, needs to be putting lots of cards into the graveyard, which means they have to keep playing cards. And very often in other games, especially if you're up against a mill deck, one of your strategies is often just to like not play cards if you don't have to. But CL like cannot afford to just not play the game, especially against Jin, who can just kill you otherwise.
Yeah.
So I think this is a little bit favored for Jin, absolutely.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing here is going to be potentially in CL's out in this matchup is going to be CL is going to be a 30 health champion. You do have that life pool where it does make the math on Jin being able to have that kill turn a little bit harder. So I think if One Eye Owl is going into this matchup, realizes what they're playing into, their out is likely going to be pressure some damage early, force that recovery to not be as effective as they really want it to be, and then potentially set up for, I'm assuming, we have the Fu Awakenings in the list, but likely try to get the essentially the Fu Awakening loop to wrap up the game. I think it's going to be the out here. Let's just see if that is going to be possible.
Yep, absolutely. He is playing those Foe Awakenings, as well as the Devastating Blows, the Beguiling Coup. That is the package that is going to be the one to take down the game. Something that Jin does have going for him, or sorry, CL does have going for him, is that the longer the game goes and the more cards that are in the graveyard, you actually can stack up that mastery all the way to max and get those attacks as buffed as possible. So if you were ever going to have a turn where you are swinging in for a well over lethal amount of damage and still having lots of health to spare, I think CL can get there. It's just going to be, a little bit of a reach.
Oh, for sure. And yeah, this is one of those matchups where it's very, because normally the tried and true method for us dealing with Jin in the past has always been kind of your hand should be put down as fast as possible. You essentially want to never take your foot off the gas, because if they're you essentially want to force them to have the perfect turn to be able to kill you. But in a water gym, you can't really do that. You're kind of in the situation of, if their deck is fast enough, you for sure want to put your foot on the gas and hopefully go for the early kill. But in a deck like CL where you don't necessarily have that early game pressure, you kind of want to be kind of playing a little more passive. And it's just kind of an awkward way to have to play this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Jhin is just such a weird deck to play against. Just the way that the champion functions and the immortality. It really just makes you know, play around how much damage you want to actively be putting towards him. But, against this water deck especially, you cannot just not pressure him at all, because if you leave Jin with no damage taken, well, he's just going to take the mill path to victory rather than try to hit you really hard with strong G. So you do have to put on some pressure. And there's, you have to find the happy medium where you're still safe from a lethal swing, but you are making them play their cards and find their recovery pieces.
No, and we are actually seeing the opt here for One Night Owl to actually just start building influence, which against a water deck is actually a very smart thing to do. In a lot of these matchups is just having that extra influence where you can pay through a lot of their negates is actually something you kind of want to start looking towards, especially in this matchup where this Watermill Jin is pretty much a control list. Is the best way to describe what you're playing into.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, like the mill path to victory is not going to be on the table for quite some time. So especially in this early game, you still do have to progress your game plan. You still need to build your influence and play the game. And so, the early backup chargers, the early creative shocks, like this is all just classic stuff that we're going to see. Because, at the end of the day, we do have to play the game to win the game. But we do
And we
now
are
have
seeing
confirmation. Yeah, it is in fact Jin. So One All now knows. He's like, okay, this is probably what I thought it was, but now we know for sure. We got that water Jin. Um, so this is maybe where you start, altering your game plan ever so slightly if you didn't know what you were playing against before.
Yeah, and and we saw that opening of the Cheshire Cat, and now we're kind of doubling down of like maybe the Cheshire Cat is not the the route we should be going for here.
Yeah, one of the things though about Jin is that he does not have immortality until he's level 3. So if you do happen to have the hand for it and you can actually exert a ton of pressure throughout the early game, there is a world in which you can try to kill him before he gets there. It's not, a super easy or consistent route to victory, but it is possible to kill Jin before he levels all the way up, especially if he's not drawing perfectly.
And we're seeing the level here, getting the liminal guide out, drawing the extra card, keeping that influence gain going.
Yep, I mean CL is one of those decks that likes to have a healthy amount of cards in the hand to play and to keep the stream going. The Cheshire Cat and the Liminal Guide, they are going to offer some amount of pressure. I think he's sort of committed at this point. He's saying, I am just going to keep chipping you, because it does force your opponent to find the heal cards. You can't just assume that they'll always have the heal cards. You make them play the cards, because the more healing they do, the less interaction they have. So you really sort of have to force them to play the cards. Otherwise, they'll just win on pure advantage alone.
Yep, and we're seeing that first omen get made. So luckily enough, we're not on oblation, so we do not have to sit there and hope for very particular cards to make omens out of. So
Yep. And then we are gonna immediately go to Gen level 2. I imagine, especially with the the amount of consistency you have from the Fortuitous Spirit, that we have found a dungeon guide already. Going ahead and resting that fractal, putting 2 down. The fractals, just like having the one fractal from the power cell is like such a nice way to use dungeon guide. Like I always love it when you have one fractal and you get to just controlled banish exactly what you want. Um, Get to level 3 immediately, so scrap everything I said earlier. It is no longer on the table where you can kill him before he gets to level 3. He's there.
yeah, we are unfortunately now that is gone. We are now immortal. We are just gonna stare at you and say good luck.
Yeah, and this is one of those things like, this format, like level 3 decks are very popular right now, and this does just happen to be the kind of matchup where Jin is happy to see a deck that is also going a little bit slower, because if he was pressured too early, it would have been a little bit spooky. But right now, I mean, taking 4 damage by this point in time, all the way already level 3, not really under any immense amount of pressure, already sort of regaining the influence with that Seething Intercession, such a powerful card. Really just chilling, absolutely.
And then cycling some cards to get us closer and closer to Dynastic Whirlpools, getting us to, I assume we're on Regal Inquisitions. Yeah, we're on Regals as well. And likely trying to find those transfusive auras to keep that life gain and draw going.
Yep, looking for the Men Flesh, the Auras, the Pearled Prayers, just anything that says recover an amount, and then you're looking for your engulfs and your other interaction, just to make sure that your opponent cannot play the game in any capacity.
I may not like it, but it works.
It gets the job done. I think GA has been like long overdue a genuine, just pure control deck. I think there hasn't really been like a super meta. I am a control deck, and you will not play the game. There have been sort of like pseudo control strategies. Like you could definitely put some of the Luxem strategies into like a pseudo control. But at the end of the day, if their only real control element was ever healing, this is a deck that says, I am going to negate your cards, I'm going to heal to 0, I'm going to remove all your allies, and then I'm going to mill you out, and you will lose.
And with a lot of answers to that anti-mill as well.
Absolutely.
Which we do
But
see,
we are
I'm
going
pretty
to go
sure
ahead.
we
Yep.
I do think we see in this list as well, we'll see a lot of these water gins now opting to play the Bauble of Abundance as essentially another way to end the game on that mill strategy if they unfortunately get pressured into a lethal amount.
Yeah, of course, but Bubble Abundance, a key piece in the mill win con, because of the way that the rules work with running out of cards in your deck, is that you don't actually lose for having no cards in your deck. You lose for attempting to draw from an empty deck. So being able to force your opponent to draw a card when they don't have a deck is a great way to play around anything that might put cards back into the deck, be it a card like Tabula of Salvage or you know, an Arasana using a Polaris to put cosmic bolts into an empty deck. Any of these like weird sort of like niche scenarios, you have an out for if you use the Ball of Abundance.
Which luckily CL's now in level 3 range, so now we are kind of equaling part to say, hey, we're gonna equalize this game, and we are opting as well to destroy the Lost Providence with a Faruq Acolyte, taking away some of that free value that Mitch was trying to gain here.
Faruq Acolyte is a card that I love to see in this list. It's like a really good meta adaptation, because you see here, I mean, it hits a Lost Providence, and it's basically we have the level 3+ enabled, so we've got a 3/1 stat line that destroyed a Lost Providence, so very good value already. But also, it's really good into other random matchups. I mean, it is one of the few things in the game that can just destroy an Aqua Mirage Whisper in the Water Diana matchup, just because it doesn't have that auto spell or as a spell text to it. Um, so it's like a really interesting interactive card, especially in these level 3 strategies where you can play it, it can pop something, and then if you're level 3, you get a bunch of damage. So you can potentially remove an ally with it too, or you just push damage face as well. So I really like that as like a meta adaptation, seeing as what the meta is turning out to be.
Oh yeah, if you're going level 3 and you need to deal with Regalia, it's a very great way to do it. Okay, so we just got confirmation. Kind of there was a little bit of a delay, or kind of a pause by the players. We asked for a deck count, and deck count is currently at 40. So you never really want the water player to say, the mill player to say, how many cards you got left?
Cards in deck is a horrifying thing to hear, from your opponent. But we are going to see it was 40, and now it is 15 less than that. Uh, and then we could very easily see, anything like Regal Inquisition. We could see another Whirlpool. There's a whole bunch of combinations of cards that could make that deck count go to 0 very fast.
Yeah, following up with the second Whirlpool. That 30 has now just become 10.
Yeah, we went from 40 to 25 to 10 real fast. Um, and one of the things, and I think this is like very important to keep in mind, especially if you're someone who's playing a mill deck, is that your win con doesn't necessarily have to be milling your opponent to 0 cards. Your win con is milling out their win cons. So if you look at their graveyard and you see that, oh, all of their Beguiling Coups and all of their Devastating Blows and all the good cards that they need to play to win the game have been milled, then you have already won the game. You don't have to worry about necessarily getting them to 0 and actually winning the game. It's just like a little bit of like a mentality difference, especially in some of these matchups where decks need their cards and there's not a lot of recycling in this game. There's not a very easy way to get your cards back once they're gone.
We're opting to make the Palvor Sword, which we are not making the Amor, so that's makes me think we did not have the Fu. I did not catch if we milled all the Fu Awakenings or not, but I think the dream is we did not.
Yeah, we definitely milled at least one that I saw, but when you're milling 30 cards on a turn, it's a bit hard to see everything that goes into the graveyard. But yeah, I think for One-Eyed Owl, I mean, at this point, you're sort of like, I guess I'm going to put you to a lethal amount of health range if I can, because you can probably pretty safely assume that you're not surviving another turn, or at least your deck isn't. So at least put your opponent to 28 if you can. 35 would be better just to play around with the potential Berserker plate, and then you say, well, I hope that I hope that you make it to your end phase and you don't have any healing. A little bit of wishful thinking, but sometimes that's what you need.
I mean, that's unfortunately how you have to do it, especially into this matchup. Now, we did also put him into range, unfortunately, for that Chalice of Blood, so that hand size did become a little bit more frustrating for us. And
Yep, just a
probably
little bit bigger. Drew us closer to one of our 15 heal cards in the deck. And then we played a cremation ritual. So we found the attack card here. I believe it's the Devastating Blow. So this is going to be for quite a bit of damage. So again, this is where you go. You say, I'm going to put you to 35. That's exactly the number you want to put him to. And then just say, I hope you don't have heals. And,
Yep.
If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We are going to get the end phase +2, so now regenerate doesn't do it, but multiple regenerates does.
We could potentially go Berserker's Plate, and then at that point, Pro Player puts us pretty safe too.
Yep, but we see
Which,
the Bottle
nope.
of Abundance, so that tells me that we have a way to empty this deck, and we hit the so Righteous Tiding. We reveal the last Dynastic Whirlpool, I believe, and we just show it. Hey, I've got another one, and then we scoop up
We
the
gotta
game
be that's like,
and go
yeah,
next.
let's move on.
Yep. Yep, so that is going to be game 1 for Jin. I mean, and that's one of those things, I mean, like, when you have a like a matchup like this, I mean, it's pretty clear that how you're going to win is by mill and not by going for the attack damage. You can play pretty quick as the Jin player. You don't necessarily need to sit here and stall it out. Like, as long as you draw your mill cards, you'll find the win con pretty easily.
Oh yeah, and definitely with running for Tortoise, like, which is a little bit different what we saw out of Vegas, where most people were playing either basic Water Spirit or they're still running Serene is kind of like that last ditch to stay alive, which is not necessarily per se optimal in a lot of matchups. But we are seeing the Fortuitous be able to dig us exactly what we need, get the dungeon guide when we need it, and as well make sure that we have that end game when we hit level 3.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Fortuitous Spirit is it's such a funny one, because it feels very different between going first and going second. Whereas going second with the Fortuitous Spirit feels miserable. It's like you're sacrificing 2 turns to be more consistent, which Could be worth it, especially in a matchup like this where, CL in the first 2 turns is gonna maybe chip in for 4 damage, cycle a couple cards. You're not too worried about that. But against, like a Fire Diana or a Water Diana, if you say, hey, I'm gonna do nothing for 2 turns, they're gonna punish that pretty hard. So Fortuitous is definitely like high risk, high reward in that aspect.
Yep. Which, looking at the sideboards here, I think there's not going to be, from what I can tell, not probably too many changes coming in from Mitch's side. I think potentially bringing in the Crimson Presence is a way to maybe turn off that Fu Awakening turn. Because I believe we can name CL level 3 off the Crimson Presence to deal with that.
Yeah.
Potentially coming in to help deal with that. Uh, if we think there's a chance we get Regaled, which I don't think we are, we might have to bring the Void Cloak, but for one of them more Dead Regalia, again, I think that's more of probably not something here. But I think a lot of the sideboard options is going to be on One-Eyed Owl to kind of bring in things to help deal with this matchup, which unfortunately, looking at the list, I think Viridian is one of the only kind of pieces that I could see potentially coming in for this match. Maybe Regal to catch a Whirlpool, but that's also you got to play it at the right time.
Yeah, I think you put in the Regals. I think, the Jin deck relies on a few cards pretty heavily, and if you can snipe them out of the hand, you're pretty happy. So you might as well have that as an option. But otherwise, yeah, the Viridian Protective Trinket absolutely is going to be, something to help deal with the interactive pieces. I think for Mitch as well, you might as well put in the Song of Frost. I think CL is going to win the game via a big attack if he's going to win the game at all, and so you'd rather have more outs to deal with that one giant attack, so might as well throw it in. It is only the one Song of Frost, but it adds a little bit of extra percentage points into the matchup for sure.
Yep, and we are opting this game, I think, just to have the cat hopefully go the distance. So opting no extra draw, just make the sword and let cat do some more damage.
Yeah, and I like the start. I like the start from One Eyed Owl. I think you're definitely seeing the adjustment being I need to put more pressure on you earlier in the game. I need to make sure that by the time you get to level 3, I don't let you have 3 turns as an advanced element. I need you to just be dead as fast as possible. So you're really hoping that he's not going to go in for the super fast turbo level like 0, 1, 2, 3. And you're hoping that you can find some of your pieces. CL doesn't really have other aggressive allies to throw down here, aside from the Cheshire Cat. So you don't really have another ally that'll be swinging in for 3. So you're really putting a lot of the brunt of the workforce on this one cat, but it'll still do a lot of damage. I think over the course of this game, this cat will probably do 12 to 15 damage.
Yeah, and on top of that, there's not a lot of options that Watergen has to deal with it.
Yeah, this is going to be tough, though. We are going to see the Imbued Autopsy Decree, of course, right after the Angelic Channeling hits the graveyard. So we're going to banish that, discard a card from hand. We still have enough to play the second Channeling, but it never feels good when one of your floating gets ripped and you discard a card. The Autopsy Decree is still very powerful, even though it is not quite as prevalent as it has been in the past.
Which opting not to go for Palvor here, which is, I mean, be fair, we kind of like after 2 turns, CL can kind of quote unquote match that for himself.
Yeah, of course. I mean, CL being a guardian does actually get the other class bonus on inert sword that we don't see super often, where you get the bonus damage. So CL swinging in actually gets 3 base damage plus anything from the mastery added. So CL swinging in with that actually does put on quite a bit of pressure. So I understand going for the level up right away.
And having that early 9 will likely help us out here. We're kind of, again, I think same boat. We're praying that we do not see that Dungeon Guide this turn.
Yeah, well, luckily we started by seeing the backup chargers, so we are still at least Jin level 1. Um, so it's maybe not representing exactly a sprint to 3 angle. There could be a double dungeon guide perhaps, but it is looking like we are going to get a little bit of an opportunity to actually put some pressure on before Jin levels up. So this is sort of exactly the break that you're looking for as the CL player.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if we're going to go to CL, potentially look for CL2 here, draw an extra card, or maybe because we do have Power Sword, just make that cat a little bit bigger And we're opting for the extra draw.
Yeah, makes sense to me. I think you are still looking for, your own advancing of the game plan. The Palver Sword represents an extra couple damage for the cat, but I think between CL and the cat this turn, you still have quite a bit. It'll be interesting to see if he decides to attack with CL. You obviously, if you break the inert sword, you do lose the extra damage on the cat, so you could keep it at 1 durability for as long as possible, just so the cat is swinging for extra damage. But
And
let's
even
see
though we
what we
won't get the
got.
bonus, we could go for the devastating blow here.
It is true. We could. I mean, it gets in for a lot of damage for sure, and it looks like that is the choice.
We will not get the extra bonus damage because we're not high enough level for it. But that being said, that is still with the CL bonus. That is still coming in for a clean 4.
Yep, and then I mean, if he's using the weapon as well, it's an extra 3 damage. So 7 does put Jin to 19. And yeah, that is the case. He did use the weapon. So it will break here, but I mean, that is, in theory, 1 point off lethal. Of course, CTR God has lots of cards in hand, so could have any number of options to reduce the incoming damage by 1. Uh, but it does look like we are letting this Dungeon Guide resolve at least, so the Dungeon Guide will be on the field and be able to swing for 1, so it wasn't like a Frostbind or a negate like that. So let's see if we have a way to prevent this damage from occurring.
Which even forcing interaction here is very, very important too. We're fracturizing our
Nice.
power cell.
And then we're going to go for a regenerate to heal 2. Of course, yeah, recover the 2, draw the card in a memory, and we got the Fracturize into the graveyard. And we are up against a 0-card hand. So, all in all, yeah, he was able to stave off the damage. Then you can probably assume here he's going to get that level up to 2, Dungeon Guide to 3, and then be able to stabilize from there. But being at 18 damage now is already much more dangerous than he was in the last game, where he had only taken 4 damage by the time he got to level 3.
Yeah, not to mention, even if we Dungeon Guide here, we're still saying that we're going into our level 3 with only potentially a 4-card hand, which is a little bit more of a safety net as well, going back to CL's turn, especially if we just kind of push 3 ourselves. And you start using the CL level 2 to pressure, or the CL level 3 ability to pressure some damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we get in here, like you said, we have a pretty small influence, and Jin can build up the influence pretty high, but it does take a few turns. And having already taken 18 damage, only 10 points off of the 28 threshold, um, it's definitely possible to put him into a place where he cannot actually stabilize. And I think that's the game plan for One and Owl here for sure.
And that is a transfusive orb coming down, so that does hurt our potential.
It does, yeah. I mean, it's not the thing that you want to see if you're CL here. Does definitely make it much harder.
Because this does mean any heal we possibly have in our hand can potentially get us completely out of lethal range. Because even our generate now is coming in for 4, I believe, for the heal.
It will once you get to the damage 20 plus threshold. So actually, we're under 20 damage right now, so
Oh,
it's
we are.
actually not doing anything. But you could, he'll take the first bit of damage and then activate a heal card for the bonus, and then take a little bit of damage, then activate a heal card. So whenever he activates a card that heals, he'll basically get 2 plus that number, which is pretty good.
Also, if we're already pretty much, if we're being pressured lethal, we're definitely above 20.
Yeah, absolutely. But we are seeing CL go ahead, push all the way to level 3, and we are going to slam the Regal Inquisition. So see what we're working with here.
There is a Regal there, so that's a nice hit. It
So
looks like we
Regal
might have
and
one
Golf in
Whirlpool.
hand.
I know. I think it's Pearl Prayer. I think for sure. I don't know if that is
Yep.
Dynastic Whirlpool.
So we're taking a Whirlpool, we're taking a Regal, we're taking an Engulf. Is that 2 Engulfs?
I think it might be. Yep, it is 2 engulfs.
Yep. And then I could actually leave the Regal, it looks like. But we're leaving him with a couple Relentless Outbursts. The Seething Intercession is, it's tough to see because you know that he's going to be able to build up a pretty big influence off of the back of that card. But when you're using a card like Regal, you sort of accept that your opponent is going to draw some good cards. Like if you're letting your opponent draw 3 cards off of the Regal, you have to accept that some of them are going to be pretty decent.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked we actually didn't take the Regal because sometimes that is a. I mean, we already we're pretty low on cards, so Regal's not nearly as effective. And I think we're probably gonna try to stay low on cards as well.
Yeah, I'd imagine that at this point in the game, he's sort of going to just like play a card every turn at least, and just try to pressure that way. So the Regal is definitely not the most high impact, and the Relentless Outbursts aren't crazy high impact either, just because the damage total is still so low. So I see where he is going from.
Yeah, it looks like Seething did hit at least one heal with the Enchanted there. So that's definitely, unfortunately, we're seeing that finish line get farther and farther away, which is what Water Gin is very, very good at doing.
Yeah, it does. It does really just make you play against it. You're like, I think I can maybe get there. I think I can maybe get there, and then all of a sudden you're like, oop, I cannot get there. So really fun interaction between Seething Intercession and the Transfusive Aura, where you take the damage for activating the card from your banishment, which puts you to 20, so that when you recover, you get the bonus too. Ultimately, it would have been. It's effectively the same as not having to pay the health tax for activating it from your banishment in the first place. Um, but it's really nice when the numbers line up like that.
We went a second aura,
Yeah, talk
which
about
we knew
that
was in
finish line
hand.
getting further
So
away. Yeah, we did
cool.
see it, but that finish line is really creeping away. We're just gonna play the Gentle Respite. Obviously, we have much higher influence, but it does put a float into the graveyard, which can be used for, say, a Berserker Plate or a Shuang-Ji or any number of one-cost Regalia. So effectively a free float because it was used off of the Seething Intercession.
And then just as quickly taking it away with the Palvor.
Makes
But
sense.
I think it's less of taking the floating away and more of getting that cat back online and giving us a weapon to swing with. CL.
Yeah, the taking the float's just icing on the cake, but you're mostly here to put in as much damage as you possibly can. But of course, it is going to be hard to get damage past this wall, and it is a wall. is sort of where we're at.
Yeah, it is a very large wall. As somebody who's been on the end of having to fight this deck with something that is not able to kill at the end of turn, it feels like a very, very impossible wall to climb over at times.
Yeah, Guardian, unfortunately not known for its fast damage, so really not gonna have the easiest outs to be able to um, hang off damage. Your main option is that Few Awakening, and even that's sort of all in, and only deals a little bit of damage. So, uh, but it looks like that Void's Cloak did come in, so it will prevent things like that Regal Inquisition from targeting him.
Yep. And something to be very as well. A lot of people see this card and you see you have Spell Shroud. One thing to be aware, Grand Archive, your champion is a separate object from you as the player. So be aware that does not stop um, damage from going into your champion from spells. But what it does is anything that would have to target a player, whether that be something like Dynastic Whirlpool, whether that is going to be Regal Inquisition, anything that is essentially saying the player has to perform something is what essentially is stopping. So a lot of people got really hyped to saying, "Oh, this is crazy! I can't take any spell damage." Not not
Not quite.
exactly.
Not quite. I will throw a quick correction your way, just because of it's the way that Spell Shroud works, which is Dynastic Whirlpool does not target. It says each
Oh, it
opponent.
does each.
So
Yeah,
it
you're right.
doesn't prevent Dynastic Whirlpool
Ooh!
specifically, but it does prevent like a Regal Acquisition. But yeah, just like a fun little layer of yeah, you have Spell Shroud, your champion does not. Um, Fun little distinction. But we did go ahead and rip off that first Dynastic Whirlpool, so the mill train is certainly starting. However many cards we had in deck, we now have 15 less.
Yeah, who made that card say each opponent? I want to talk to him.
Someone who wanted to have a fun time in Pantheon, I suppose. But we are gonna use that Devouring Malice. Looks like we decided to take some damage and draw some cards. We were at a very low influence, so it makes sense that we wanted to sort of rebuild and see what we can get. Because this is, again, like you've mentioned before, the situation is the finish line's creeping farther and farther away, and it's certainly not helpful when you only have 3 cards in hand. Your options per turn are very limited. And so, build up your influence while you can. Hopefully, find something to push yourself over the line, and hope and pray that your opponent doesn't have something to claw their way back in. But unfortunately, this with the way that Jin operates, we sort of know that he's always going to be able to claw his way back into the game.
It is a stereotypical meme of from South Park because I didn't hear no bell.
Absolutely.
Tabula Salvage keeping a little bit of this safety net here also is a way to, if we really need to, put those whirlpools back in. Not that we'll necessarily need them.
Yeah, well, I mean, 4 Dynastic Whirlpools does equal 60 cards milled, but if you need more than 4, you can't put them back. But it also does, it just gives you a safety net, especially against, like, if there was a counter mill of sorts, like Regal Inquisition, obviously, he's got the Void Cloak right now, but if there was a world in which he built up such a high influence, then he got regaled for everything. Being able to put some cards back really saves you a little bit there, but
That's crazy. Did that Jin just play Abnegation? I don't see another way to heal 11.
that's what it felt like. 2 cost heal 11. How's that on rates for you? Is that you think that's
That's
above average or below?
that's a pretty above average, I'm not gonna lie. Which playing it during main phase, I mean, that's what this deck is gonna do regardless. So, but also having a card that's that flexible, you can also, if you're in a bad situation, be able to play it fast. Just, it's such a dirty card for this list.
Yeah, I mean it is the perfect card for exactly this deck that wants to play this way. It's such a hefty heal. Even at just 7, it's already very strong. But then of course you add your auras, which stack on top of it, and it really just it makes it so hard to reach the health threshold. And we don't even have a berserker plate. Like we are still just regular Jin 28 life, and we have not even come close to hitting that threshold yet.
Yeah, and I didn't even think about the fact that we're on Looking Glass means we do not have access to the full Awakening loop like some other gens have access to. So that's actually even a little bit harder.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I I would like to see CL sort of like Claw's Way. I mean, Beguiling Coup is certainly one of the cards that is going to put on the most amount of pressure. We are going to go ahead and swap it out for that devastating blow from earlier. So this is going to be a massive swing. Definitely going to put him over the 28 threshold. Um, but I'm pretty sure that he's not going to be too worried about going over 28. I think he'll be just fine.
That was a very calm and relaxed go to 32. So yeah, I feel like you are 100% correct with that.
Yeah. How much damage am I taking? Oh, go to 32? Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Okay, yeah,
Anything
sure.
else?
I
Continue?
mean,
Okay, cool.
even at this point, you can make plate and then just even play regenerate after it if you really wanted to, which I don't really think you need plate, but I think you're in a a pretty safe spot here.
Yep, up to 34. I mean, plate could definitely come out here. We're gonna go ahead and fracturize. I guess we said, hey, this Tabio salvage, I actually just made it because I wanted an extra fractal. Um, it's not being used here. Um, it looks like
Looks
now
like
we've hit the high health threshold, and so all of a sudden, we've been worried about this mill win con the entire time. Jin says, "Hey, remember, I have I have a pole arm, and I am going to hit you with it."
yeah, it turns out you do the damage, it doesn't matter because and we did know from the Regal that there is two
There are two
outbursts in
relentless
hand.
outbursts, yes, and we're certainly at plenty of damage. So now we get to be a regular gin list, not a mill gin list, and, and say, "Hey, I'm gonna shout really loud, and then I'm gonna hit you with with the halberd," and sort of call it a day from there.
I mean, we can just play the second outburst here, and I think it ends it as well because we were gonna stack that trigger to deal the one additional. So this next one is the first one's coming in for a double. Now this next one's coming in for triple. Essentially, is what we're doing here.
Yep, you remember poison dagger? Take
Here's
take
Poison Dagger's brother.
take two of them.
Yeah, but looks like we're looking at our graveyard, looking at the board, getting a little bit sad,
Yep,
and saying, "Yep, that's
and
it.
we
Good
flip
game."
it over. Absolutely. Good games. Hey, and this is a mill gin deck that finished in 38 minutes. How about that? We were so worried about going to time every round, but that was clean, efficient, good gameplay.
Oh
So,
yeah,
congratulations to Mitch for the 4-0 this week. Uh, very very well piloted in this game. You could definitely see why he went 4-0. It's very just like very good gameplay. You could always see he knew exactly what he was doing, and knew exactly how to win, and knew exactly what lines to follow to get there. So, um, big ups on him.
yep. And yeah, it's I mean, to be fair, Water Jin is in a very well positioned spot in terms of like playing into decks like CL. Of course, playing into anything that is like that slower level 3 as you mentioned. It just suffers into. Now, it is also before I don't know a lot of people are gonna be like, "Oh, well, how do you beat this deck? Like is there's no way." Remember, we do have a lot of very aggressive aggro lists out there, so there are potential Water Diana can just present 15 20 damage before they can ever get to 3. Of course, Snow White is another very key piece, keeping Jin from being able to level and get to those thresholds if they want to. So there's a lot of ways to interact with the list. It's just unfortunately that Jin is a very, very hard counter to decks that don't pressure a lot of early damage or rely on like one big hit when it's too late when your opponent has, as we all hear, 8, 9 card influence by the time you can ever get them to lethal.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's 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 one of those things where it's like decks like this that when they pop up, they seem super oppressive, and then you step back and you go, okay, well if I'm playing to counter it, I can counter it. I mean, like we saw a Fire CL deck represent 20 damage in 4 turns, and that is a deck that is not built to deal 20 damage in the first 4 turns of the game. So when you do have these decks that can absolutely blitz out 25, 30 damage within the first 2 turns, Jin will have a hard time keeping up, especially like these leveling decks. The classic problem has always been if you force them to play all their interaction while they're still like level 1 and level 2, they just will not have enough cards when they level up to 3 to like um, sort of turn the corner. So it's there is definitely ways to pressure it. Unfortunately, CL is uniquely bad at pressuring Jin.
Yeah. And as we
Does not
mentioned,
have the
it
kit
was
for it.
like one of the best kits that you do have. Like there is a list out there for CL that does take it down, which is the Oblation list. Oblation is very, very strong into the Jin just because you can present 30 damage during Jin's loss of a mortal at the end of their turn. And even if you don't complete that, even if they don't die at that moment, they're generally forced to play a lot of interaction to stop you. And you just say, okay, cool, I've got a more. Let's just do it again when we get back to my turn. And so they're of course they also can play Fu Awakening to kind of help them get over that threshold if they need to as well. So it is very much a there is a lot of answers the deck could do. It's just again this I think not even just CL's not positioned, but Oblation or not Oblation, but UCL is very very unfortunately less geared to deal with that kind of setup, and especially without Fu Awakening loop with you in Lost Providence.
Yeah, and that's just one of those things where you can't always prepare for every single possible deck that you're gonna face. You got to build your deck for what you think you're gonna play against, and at this very moment in time, Water Gin is not the top of the list that you definitely need to kit your deck out for. It could be at the next event, it could be at the next nationals, it could pop back up. But like, there's definitely if I was testing and if I was building a deck for an event, I wouldn't necessarily include Water Gin as like I'm definitely gonna play more than two of these during a tournament. You definitely look at your Razor Gales, your Water Dianas, Genbu is up there. Your Sirius, stuff like that, where you're like, I'm probably gonna play these decks like twice, maybe three times. Water Gin, you might hit one. If you have a bad matchup, it's probably okay. It might feel bad, but it's probably okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can even watch if like we can even look at uh what was like Caben's run, whereas I think was 9-2-1. That still means Caben during that time saw two matchups that just was not geared for. Even though did very well and picked a deck that did very well into most of the meta, you will see matchups that you will lose. Like it's very rare to see, especially in an ascent, as something as big as an ascent or a nationals, to see a player go completely undefeated and something like that. Because as you mentioned, you're going to run into these deck lists that you can't prepare for them. There's no deck out there that can deal with everything. And if we ever fall into a meta where there is a deck that can literally deal with everything, that's when we're in an unhealthy meta state. That's when things
Yeah,
are at a bad point and things need to be
yeah.
looked at.
Like as much as people want to be like, well, I want to find the deck that beats everything, and I want to have a good matchup into every deck. And it's like if you find that deck, uh-oh,
Yeah.
because if you find a deck that beats everything, it's a bad format. You do not want a deck that beats everything. You want a deck that beats a lot of things but has some counters. Uh, but that's just the life of TCGs and the ways that metas
Yeah.
progress. Is like something's gonna show up and be meta, and then something else is going to show up and counter that, and then people are gonna counter that second thing, and then the first thing's gonna come back because the counter's being countered, and then it's cyclical and it's gonna keep developing and evolving, and people are gonna find certain texts that they weren't playing before. Um, so yeah, I mean, like all in all, I think Water Gin is definitely one of those decks where it pops up, it preys on the decks that aren't kitted to take it out, and it is going to do worse against some other stuff when people try to kit their decks out to be a watermill, and then it's just gonna keep going, and that's like the beautiful thing about a game like this, and any card game really, where you have an evolving meta that changes over and over again. It's like people will react to what's happening, and as people react and as decks adapt, then more options get discovered. And it's really just like fun to be a part of that.
Yeah, and that's where I don't think I put it any better than that. It exactly how that falls. And as somebody who's played TCGs for their essentially at this point their entire life, uh, it's not doom and gloom as I know some people out there are saying it is. There's a lot of big vocal community who's like, this. I mean, the strides has to go because we can't play anything to strides. Trust me, we are not in that bad of a spot compared to what I have seen in other card games in the past, or even if you play other card games, sometimes more recently, other card games have suffered through this. We are not in a single deck meta, and I want to keep it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like we have some confirmation on the other 4-0s from tonight. So Quick went 4-0 on Water Aetherwing Diana, so maintaining that meta threat. Of course, we just watched ETR God get that 4-0 on that Mill Jin. And then there is a potential between a Wind Crux deck and a Genbu. Also, both of them are playing, but they are still going since there's some time left in the round. So, again, I mean, we're seeing three completely different decks at the undefeated level. At this event. And that's very similar to what we've been seeing at lots of events. Your top eights, your top 16s are a couple copies of the same deck, maybe like two or three of whatever the highest placing deck is. But then, mostly it's sort of all over the place and people really find success with lots of different strategies.
Yep. Yeah, and it's a well, it's I'm very happy where it's at, and I'm very happy to also see some of these lists that are starting to pop up to even like combat this with the cool. It's also cool to see Wind Crux coming back. That's a list that it never really got its time in the sun in terms of it kind of always fell behind either Fire Lorraine or it fell behind in some cases it even fell behind Water Lorraine in some case scenarios. I think we're kind of finally at a point where we're not just a Wind Lorraine allies deck. We are now an actual tried and true. really utilize these win cards, and I think Ayla was kind of that last piece of the puzzle for them. So it's just really cool to see a win Crux doing well, and it's kind of one of the decks I
Yeah.
want to be able to start playing next.
Yeah, Windcrux to me, and let me know if you agree. It feels like it is like the quintessential Grand Archive deck. Like Windcrux Lorraine is just like this is GA. Like that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
it. Just feels like that is what Grand Archive is like. Uh, to me, every time I see like a Windcrux deck, I'm always like, yeah, it just feels so classic. You know, it's like it feels good. It looks good. It's like pretty good at a lot of stuff. It's not like crazy overtuned. It's just like, yeah, that's that's GA,
It,
baby.
it does a lot of things well, and and it really showcases the interaction this game has in a very, very cool way of both kind of balancing this very defensive type interaction as well as also having this more, I would even say, aggressive interaction with things like Ayla bouncing swords or being able to essentially bounce swords with Ascension, and of course Ghost of Dragon to reset. It just kind of does a little bit of everything. And if you're kind of wondering, I think you put it the best. And if you're not sure if you're gonna like GA, proxy up a Win Crux deck, play with your friends and try out the deck. If you don't like Win Crux, it's probably a good idea. There's probably not a piece of Grand Archive you're not gonna like. If you think the whole deck is like there's nothing fun in the deck at all, maybe it's not the deck for you. But I think there are uh, a lot of decks that or a lot of things that Win Crux does that kind of gives you a little bit of taste of all of GA.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think it's a fun deck. I just like playing Wind. I think Wind is so fun, but I understand some people don't like playing against Wind. But I'm a certified Tristan enjoyer. So like
I
these
couldn't
little
tell.
like these little like I can do a bit of everything mid-rangey Wind deck. Those are my bread and butter, dude. I love them. Uh, so definitely excited for that one to pop up. I think AL is so cool and so good. Um, Gosh, one of the coolest cards out of RDO. Absolutely.
Oh, for sure. I think, and I feel bad because I think in our cases, I think we only pulled one Ayla in the entire thing, so we had to go and hunt them down for the rest of them because we saw that card and we're like, this is one of the best cards in the set. This card is insane.
It's just one of those. I mean, like allies that stick to the board and have repeatable abilities. Just like you have to look at them and be like, okay, there's got to be something here. It was the same thing when Sadie came out, and it was just like, okay, I have an ally that sits on the board, and then I can do stuff with it that gives me more value. Oh, that's got to be pretty good.
Oh yeah, yeah, and it's even in like we I think the first time I saw the potential of the deck was just in a game of Pantheon. One of our locals is playing it in a Wind Lorraine list and just played it out there and had this sort of avarice out and it stuck for an extra turn and went, I'm gonna bounce the sort of avarice. I'm like, that's overpowered.
Let's say, wait, you can't do that. Hold on, hold
Like
on.
that like don't do that.
And
Why?
then you're like, "Oh, I'm gonna tech into it for 3." They're like, "I'm gonna bounce your guy." And you're like, "Wait. Wait,
Like
okay,
hold on.
I'm gonna attack it with this thing." It's like, "I'm gonna bounce that guy too." You're like, stop, please. Please, I have
I
a
have I have
family.
I have wife and kids at home, please.
Stop suppressing my whole family, man." But nah, cool card,
Well,
cool stuff.
hey.
I just love what RDO has done for the game. I
Oh,
think it's opened up a ton of options, especially these level 3 decks. We're seeing stuff that we've never been able to see before from these level 3 strategies, which is really cool. I mean, I think I've talked to a lot of people about just like playing the game and like deck building, and everyone who especially the casual players want to play level 3. Like you want to be an advanced element. All the coolest cards are advanced element cards. All the most fun, the most interesting. Everything is all advanced element. So it's very fun that we get to see a lot of these cards come into the limelight and just have their time to shine. And they're from like all sorts of different strategies. And we're seeing fire level 3, we're seeing wind level 3, we're seeing water level 3, and sprinkle in a little bit of aggro decks here and there. Like, I think the format's great.
yeah, I agree. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I think it is one of the first times as well where we watch locals, and it has not just been the same deck topping at locals each week. It's actually been pretty flushed out on what people are playing. Now, again, it is a lot of the meta list you assume, but it's not the same deck, which I think I like because we're seeing Gembu's top, we're seeing Water Dianas, we've seen Windcrux, we've got Hyuka as a local, so we've seen Winrai
So
already
you
take
see
down
lots
one of
of
our biggest.
Winrai, and
Yeah, we see
how
a
many
lot
how
of
many
Winrai.
all right, here's a question for you. How much damage do you think you personally have taken from Arcane Elemental?
I can. easily say I think I've taken more damage from Arcane Elemental than anybody else in GA. I'm
Ye
pretty sure.
What a unique position that you hold. I've been beaten to death the most by Arcane Elemental. And hey, you know what? That's a great title to have.
We even make jokes of it's the Hyuka special where you think you're about to win. Hyuka looks super stressed and is like, I don't know if I win. Sits there and thinks about his turn for a minute or two and goes, okay, here's an Arcane Elemental. And you go, no, not like this.
She's like, "No, stop. Put it away." Very good, very good. Well, I think that is going to do it for our stream this week. Once again, congratulations to all of the players who played, and especially those who went 4-0 and earned their extra box. Box of RDO is a great prize for winning 4 games, so congratulations to them. Keep an eye out for some exciting announcements from TCG NA Online League, and of course all the streams in the future. If you enjoyed the stream, thank you so much for watching. Go ahead, like it, subscribe to this channel, despite what Clem told you before, and as well as I suppose subscribe to Ordinary Bears for their lore videos, which may or may not release in the future. Uh,
That's a
and
lot of
that's all
pressure
I
now.
have.
I did not ask for this.
Well, you said it first. All
I guess
right, with
so.
that, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you later. See ya.
See ya.